we kind of discussed on Telegram. So figure, when you organize events like this, one way is to just kind of do it beforehand, and the custodians, I think, that's one way to do it. We could have just organized this, and that's fine too, but figure, it'd be nice to get some feedback just to see what people think about different prizes and rewards for this event, and just kind of collaborate on the distribution as well. So just a simple exercise that might help, and then we'll open it up for presentations, brainstorming ideas, and team building, identifying ideas that people like out of the ones that are presented, and help people form teams. And then we will have some exercise. At that point, people can break off and do their own projects, but I think it is very useful to have some resources to help at the early stages of a project. So, once you form a team, then maybe, how do you think about building out a project? So I think we could provide some, at least, tools and resources. Jeff here has some ideas that can help and be a resource. And then we also have this journey map design kit from a company called IDEO that can also help people flesh out their ideas and create a customer journey map for their products. So I think these are valuable resources and exercises. And then we'll have a week to build out the project, and I think that'll, that's the goal. And then we'll have judging and prizes distributed at the end of the week. So does that sound like a plan? Any thoughts? Okay. So Max, in terms of, the first thing is, the prize pool, just get some ideas. I think the last hackathon, we had a prize pool, and I think Lucas is going to join us here. So I'm going to just send, we're on now. We're on now. Okay, so I think it was a prize pool of MetaDAC tokens. DAC tokens are what they're called, and I think the pool that we used was 25,000. Is that correct, Max?
Yeah, that's right. I think that's what we decided. So I was thinking we'd do the same for this one, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, so maybe I mean, if any feedback, we had a first, second, and third. I think the distribution was how many for the first place? It was 17,500, I think, right? And then I was looking at it briefly before on blocks.io.
Yeah, I just pulled it up. First place was 12,500.
Okay.
Second was 7,500.
Okay.
Third was looks like 2 third prizes, 2,500. Yeah, and then we have fourth and fifth prize as well. So a total of 20. Oh, it's a little bit more confusing than I thought. There's
if you could also,
yeah, you know what? I'll just export that and we'll look at it, because it looks like some of the prizes were split. So give me 1 sec.
Okay. So
yeah.
Okay.
Just really quick, want to mention, I posted a link. If you want to see the current prize pool, you go to blocks.io/account/Barry DACathon. And you can see we currently almost have 100 EOS. It's 99.36 EOS, valued at $295. And yeah, we don't have any community tokens yet, but I'm pretty confident the custodians will put those MetaDAC tokens in. So if you have any other community tokens, throw those into that account before voting ends, and we can give those out as prizes as well.
Yeah, so we had I think Vigor was one, and we had a few other tokens, project tokens that contributed to the prize pool. So if anyone's involved in any projects that want to kind of put tokens in the pool, that would be great. And the distribution amount was pretty much the same as we distributed the DAC tokens, which, first place was about half. It says 50%, it seems, at 12,500. And Dwayne, if you could maybe put the percentages down, maybe it was 50%. I don't know, was it 30% and then 15% or something like that, and 5%? Not sure if that's the breakdown, but it was probably kind of close to that. And we'll probably do the same with the EOS and any of the community tokens that are contributed to the pool, right? Probably have a similar 50% for first place, 30% for second place. And I'm just throwing out numbers, so we should be a little bit more precise. Dwayne is kind of working to make sure he has that. Is there any thoughts or ideas about that? Is there any other? I think we give DAC tokens as just for participation as well, just being participating in this event. In completion of projects, I don't know if we gave people any kind of for just being participating in this as with the project, or maybe even some sort of completed semi-completed project, whatever it is. I don't know if I think we discussed that, but I don't think we did anything there. Any ideas or thoughts you guys have about that?
Well, yeah, I definitely want to propose that anyone who participated in this event should get MetaDAC tokens. So yeah, I'll probably submit that as a proposal to give every participant a certain number of MetaDAC tokens so they can vote as well on the projects.
Okay. But nothing specific to the actual, this particular hackathon. If they present next week, are they going to get something for at least presenting, or is it just first, second, third, fourth? Is this a thought? Do people feel like that's something we should add to this?
Yeah, I think that's a great idea.
Okay.
Maybe people donated toward the pool, and that went to the 3 winners. But and I don't know, are we doing that this time too?
Yeah, so we do have the first, second, third, maybe and maybe a small pool, maybe I don't know what, 5% or something to every, like, just for those that present next week with a project, something like that. What do you guys think? Is that something that you think will incentivize people?
I'd be more inclined to pick a number of DAC tokens to give out to anyone who presents. And then look at, if we're doing the pool where people can contribute beyond the registration fees to the pool, then that could be, and that last time was any token, but then that could be divided up among the 3. Okay.
Are there any other thoughts, or, I mean, I'm okay with that.
I'd like to reserve the pool tokens for the first, second, third prizes, and then we can provide additional MetaDAC tokens to those that present. I think that would be, just because the prize pool is so low right now.
Okay, so
I think I can make some proposal in Vigor DAC to fund the pool. I guess.
Okay. Yeah, that would add to it. But it might take some time for you to get approval, right? And then have it as part of the prize pool. What do you think, Max? Because is it okay if they approve something by the end of the week to have a prize pool that could be also split up to the winners?
I think that's all right. If we could get bigger, yeah, that would be really cool. If we get bigger tokens in the prize pool as well, it'd be really, really awesome.
Yeah, I really
as long as we
appreciate
get
that.
it, if we can get it in by the 10th, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, we had. That was awesome. And a lot of people, after it started, donated last time too, toward the prize pool.
Okay. So yeah, so it's there's some upside to the prize pool. So this is kind of, at least we'll have like a baseline of how much people can win, and then we'll have a little bit more as we go. So I see a first, second, third, and that's about 22,500, or in terms of DAC tokens. So I think it seems like I assume we were probably doing something even. So there's another 2,500, which is 10% that went somewhere, according to the spreadsheet, right? That I'm seeing here. I assume it was 25,000 even was the total pool, and we have first being 50%, second being 30. It's almost like 30. Is it 33%? Oh no, third. What is 7,500 divided by? 75 divided by. So it's 30%. So it is 50%, 30%, and 10%. So there's another 10% somewhere that it seems we have. Oh, fourth place was 5% and fifth place was 5%. Thanks. I didn't see that one. Okay, so all right. Any objections? We could kind of use the same breakdown if no one has any thoughts, and then we'll give additional DAC tokens just for participation. One thing about just real quick about that is it's good to put it's hard to figure out like what a DAC token is worth, right? And so real quick, I mean, you could always kind of try to peg a value based on like, I think this is a good exercise. So it's like, you could just peg a value to it, at least as a potential value down the road, right? And when it comes to companies, that's what they do. It's kind of like shares in a company. A certain amount of shares times the price of the shares is kind of the value of the is the value of the company, right? That the market, I guess, is how it's evaluating the company. So I think tokens, you could think of it the same way. You just multiply what the supply is, times it by the price of the token, and that's kind of the market cap or the market value of a token economy. So anyway, so it's good to kind of at least say, just this is more like a nonprofit style organization, but we could still kind of peg some sort of value on it and say, okay, there's a certain amount of DAC tax supply, and whenever we distribute it, it's just easier to say, okay, this is our, the potential value of it that we can at least peg to it as a frame of reference, so that we know, I think it incentivizes people when people at least have at least the potential value, kind of a more, local currency pegged value that people can look to as a reference point, So anyways, something to think about. So how much DAC tokens are there right now, Max? Like in circulation? I'd
have to check on blocks. I'm not sure of the exact number, but you can see that just here. I'll pull it up 1 second.
So yeah, it's just good to know. And I was trying to, blocks. I was trying to look for the token just today, just to check that, and it's hard for me to. I mean, I was searching by the name DAC and I couldn't find it. So I was, anyways, I was probably looking in the wrong place. But anyways, it's just something to think about. And as we go forward, when we distribute the amount, it's always good to say, okay, let's peg it at 10 cents or 50 cents or $1 or whatever it is, just to give a easier reference point of what's being distributed. And it's all speculative and we don't know, but at least it's some sort of reference point. So, all right, cool. Anything else? I think we got the distribution. All right. There's no objections here. People seem to be fine with, kind of the original allocation. So, but it's great. So, people like should be encouraged and incentivized to participate in this, in this event here, and do their best to try to win the top prize. So, anyways, so that's what these rewards are for, incentives, right? Second thing we'll go to is presentations of any projects that people might have come here today with. The theme is DeFi and design. So, we were encouraging, DeFi projects. Yesterday, we came up with more general organizational DAC ideas. So I think that there's a natural progression from a lot of the ideas we came up with yesterday to move forward with maybe implementing solutions to a lot of the problems and challenges that we came up with yesterday. So that's another set of ideas that we can also pursue. And so we'll kind of leave it open for people to share their ideas if they have a specific project that they were coming up here even before this event, and want to share that and submit that, I guess, as a idea. If people are looking for team members, let people know. But we'll go around and for those that already have projects, maybe we could just start there. What do you guys think?
Yeah, that sounds awesome.
And I think I know Crypto Wabbit, you came here with an idea, I think, on Telegram. So that's and are you going to submit this particular idea for the hackathon, or were you just wanting to maybe just share your idea in general, or is this particularly for the hackathon, I guess?
Well, I have to admit that this is the first time I ever participate in a hackathon or DACathon ever, so I know with this basically, but I think the basic idea was to just share it, because it's not about DeFi or DAC, and it's just an idea, and I think that some people likes it, and some people suggested that we could present it here today, so just kind of getting some feedback if it is something people would like me to continue on or not. And the second piece is something that is running already, so I wasn't aware of the fact that we are actually submitting projects for the hackathon to work on during the next week, so I think that's not applicable as well. But of course I can talk about it, but it's not something I would like to submit into the hackathon, if you understand me, just so people know I'm working on it.
That's fine, and I think that's fine. Even the idea of sharing the idea, even if if it was intended, I think even we'll allow people to do introductions. I think most people did introductions yesterday, so the videos are up. But since you're new, and Jeff, I don't know if you might I don't think you kind of did an intro yesterday too. So maybe I know everybody else here did a quick intro. So just maybe a brief intro, a little bit about yourself, and then you could talk about the project as well. Maybe just do that all at once, and then maybe Jeff a little bit later when he can kind of introduce himself as well too. But go and do you go by Crypto Wabbit, or is there a name?
No, my name is Philip.
Is that how you like to be called, I guess?
It's either Philip or Crypto Wabbit. It doesn't matter. Crypto Wabbit is my social name, and Philip is my real name, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, and what was your real name? I'm sorry.
Philip.
Philip. Okay, Philip.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So, all right, great. So I'll let you start, since you came up. You have an idea from the outset, and so I think feel free to just share it with the group, and we'll be happy to give you feedback. I think.
Okay.
And see if you can, if this is something.
So should I share my screen, or because I have a presentation here, a few slides?
Let me see. So Max, if you could, or I don't know if I'm able to allow people to share screens.
Yeah, you should be able to. I think Dwayne's the host. He should. Well, yeah, you should be able to share your screen. I'll just give it a try.
I think the host need to enable it for attendees.
Okay.
So make you the host, maybe easiest way.
I would just try sharing this, turning that on. Let's see.
There's usually like a security thing where you allow, you can allow other people to share their screen. So there's like a shield icon somewhere. Usually, I think. I don't see it on my screen here, but. Or sometimes
There we go.
is.
I think I found it.
Okay.
And all right, try it now.
Okay.
Okay, so anyone able to see it now, or?
Yeah, we're okay, great.
Yeah, we can see it.
Yeah.
Okay, great. So let me just start it. So my name is Philip. I'm 45 years old from Norway. I'm currently working as a business advisor for a large logistics company in Norway with Salesforce, and I have about 25 years of experience, give or take, from all the value chains in IT development, architecture, integrations, everything. So I recently started with cryptocurrencies in May this year, and I started reading up on blockchain technology, late summer. And because the community is so, awesome, it kind of motivates me to continue and try to visualize and realize my ideas. So this is one of them. It's called NFT, decentralized app funding, where I believe that we have a trend now with NFT cards. And I believe that we can use those NFTs combined with social credits for funding development. So I just created a simple sample. I'm not a designer, but I believe that if we create some NFT cards and we use the DApp logos on those cards, and we create some tiers like a silver series tier, gold series, platinum, etc., we could create a collectible value, and that value could go back to the funding development for the dApps. So let me explain that. So concern number one is, how do we develop a collectible NFT? And we can simply think about collecting stamps and collecting Pokemon cards. What makes those draw our attention? Why do we collect stamps? Why do we collect Pokemon cards? Why do we collect coins? And I believe that if we have something that is recognizable for the user, community recognition, if you see an NFT card, you immediately understand that this card is used for DApp development. And you know also that if you have that card in your wallet, it will give you a social credit, because then everyone can see that you're supporting that DApp. And if all the communities use the same design, it is easy to recognize what that card is. So I believe that by using a fixed design, a fixed price, and fixed distribution, we could create that collectible value for those cards. And of course, the concerns are if we should have a fixed design, should we have a price, should we have a distribution, and the different tiers, silver, gold, platinum. The second concerns are about liquidity, and this is because I'm kind of fresh into the communities. I don't know enough about blockchains and technology and all that, so I'm sure that you guys already have answers to these ones. But the idea was that, how do we control the liquidity? And by that I mean, should we have one account controlling it and distributing it? What happens if the owner of that account dies in a car accident, or that guy runs away with all the funding? So my question is if multiple signatures would solve that problem. And also, what about royalties if we had some attributes in the NFT protocol? So let's say that the NFT card is sold in the future. Is it possible that some royalties would go back to the funding account and then go back to the DApp owing the logo? And then, of course, how should we prevent abuse? I believe that the DAC would be a requirement. So we avoid people just firing up a white paper, firing up a DApp, and they say this is a cool project, get a lot of funding, and then just exit. And it's also important to mention that it should be free to everyone. Of course, it has some costs of RAM, net, and CPU. And it's also important to say that we are not preventing anyone from creating NFT cards. We're just trying to create a collectible value with the purpose of giving money back for funding dApps. So what about the future? It might be that we could run a contract for it. It might be that we could automate the registration of dApps. It might be that we could automate distribution and payments. And also we could talk about anniversaries and special editions. So yeah, that's it. Very, very simple and basic presentation. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Philip. Yeah, appreciate that. And you know, I think it's great. You know, the value of cryptocurrencies we saw in 2017, that boom and with Ethereum ICOs and funding. That was it was one of the killer applications of blockchain, I think. And now we start to see NFTs and DeFi. Those are the two big, I think, trends. And you know, you're kind of combining, you know, NFTs and the original kind of you know, ICO boom, right? 2017. That idea that you could fundraise and get you know, get global exposure to projects with this technology. So I like the you know, the direction you're going with that for sure. Any thoughts? I know Max is a big NFT guy.
Oh yeah, I when I first saw this project, I was like, yeah, this is has a lot of potential for sure. I'd highly advise on submitting this in the DACathon for sure, because it meets all these requirements. I think it does, you know, encourages engagement with DACs, and I think it yeah, NFTs have so much potential for DACs. Like that's what we're finding. Yeah, anyway, I'm super excited. I would submit it, even if it's just in the ideation stage, you know, presenting it to that presentation, I'm sure will get some interest in getting more participation as well.
Hello, I love the presentation. It's very interesting, that part of the what happened when somebody die, how they will do with that asset. That's very interesting. That have to be solved. Hope to be solved soon. And the more logical option will be smart contract. But we will see what happens. Trying to solving that. Do you already have any ideas how to solve that part?
Actually, I could chime in there real quick. You know, the DAC is actually, you know, you just mentioned the multi-sig right after in the same slide, Philip, and that's really the power behind a DAC, because it's a natural multi-sig where the organization and everybody contributing, custodians or whoever even has tokens, are in a kind of a massive multi-sig situation. So I do think that, you know, it's a natural extension of the value of what a DAC provides. But anyways, go ahead, Philip. You could go ahead and answer that.
Well, that's why I'm kind of asking you guys, because you have years of experience, and I have 6 months of experience, and I've seen a lot of terms, a lot of ideas, a lot of things that I think of is already developed, and I believe that multiple signatures could solve that problem. But at the same time, if we are going to just distribute thousands of cards, how would that affect multiple signatures automation? Because it should be easy to use and at the same time safe and build confidence and loyalty. So I don't know. And the other thing is that if we have a couple of solutions, we could create one account that is issuing all cards. But then if we have an attribute giving royalties, those royalties would go back to that account, and that account would need to be governed by a DAC. Or we could issue cards to each project if they have a development fund contract or account. But then again, then the royalties would still go back to the original account issuing the cards. So I don't know. I'm open for ideas. That's why I'm talking about this today.
Yeah, there are always nuanced design decisions about within like a broader concept. So I do think a DAC is one way to do that, where the issuance is a DAC, and there's a lot of, you kind of get multi-sig off the bat, but there's different ways to design that, whether you can, if it's the project somehow has to interoperate with that DAC, if the DAC's issuing the NFTs. I mean, there's just a lot of different ways to design a systems like that. But and this is experimental. I think this is the reason why I think this is great. You can experiment pretty quickly on and first think about it, right, and see what the potential various potential designs are. But I think you could quickly kind of I think decide on what you feel is the best, and so hopefully everyone else here can kind of help you think about that. Different this is kind of the these are some of the challenges that every project has. There's so many moving parts to this that it's I think you do the best you can to identify the best design you think it is, and then you just kind of do it, and then have to adjust as you move forward. And so but anything else, any other kind of parallel, maybe does anyone have any other kind of projects that they've seen that might be able to help Philip
Philip, definitely check out Vlad's project Consortium, and I feel like there could be some overlap there, because as people set up these communities in his product, it allows you to vote on it could either be used as like a referendum type system, or voting on basically taking signals to like inform those DACs or those entities that come on board and use that as a voting mechanism. Definitely check that out, because I think there could be some overlay, or some like maybe even some type of upsell mechanism. When people bring in a consortium community, they could also mint these unique NFTs for their community to distribute, or questions, or surveys, or something like that. So definitely check out that product. It's amazing. It's probably what it's definitely what we're going to use for voting for prizes in the Hackathon. So yeah, but yeah, really good idea. And Dwayne and I were talking about this idea. It's real simple. I don't have any presentation, but I think it's what one of them I want to work on in this upcoming week. And I'll just go over it. I have a couple notes here. Is this a good time to present it, Jim?
Yeah, sure. So if there's no other questions for Philip, or projects, to give input, feel free to just reach out to Philip directly and let him know about any projects to consider. I think, I'll give you a few projects, even yesterday's presentations, that Philip, you might want to check out to see how they did it. But I'll put it in the chat window. But yeah, so let's we can just keep moving with other people's presentations about projects. And thanks, Philip, for presenting. And Max, go ahead. You can go ahead and go next, I guess.
So, one of the conversations recently, we had this idea of creating something called a burn miner, and essentially, it's a way for users to burn tokens that have a low value and get a reward. And this is the way they would be mining this token. So they would mine the burn miner token by destroying an NFT. And there has to be some barrier of entry, because otherwise people are just going to mint NFTs to burn. So we have a small fee of like 1,000 wax to be able to watch your account in which you're burning these tokens. So in a lot of these NFT games, you can there's a term for it when you burn a bunch of NFTs and you get a better one. I can't remember what they call it. It's even in different games they're using it, but across a lot of these platforms, you can get a better tool or get a better NFT that has more functionality. So essentially, in the act of doing that, you can when you burn these, you can get more of these burn miner tokens. And so, just looking for a way to create a DeFi solution that works with NFTs. And with all those, basically it's a way to generate funds as well for a DAC. And so that's kind of the idea. So the barrier of entry, the user signs up, deposits 1,000 wax, and then any time that user burns an NFT, then they would be mining this burn miner token. Would love to hear your thoughts on this. It's just so simple and so elegant, and it seems not too complex to build this out. So we'd love your feedback, guys.
Oh, you're on mute, Jude.
Hey, Max. Sorry. Yeah, the background noise was a little it was a little tough to hear. But yeah, does anyone want to give comments about this burning NFT idea? And what was the kind of? Can you summarize again, Max? Like what the I kind of got it, but then the noise was a little bit. It was the background noise was a little bit heavy. So.
Sorry about that, guys. So essentially, a user would deposit 1,000 wax, and then anytime they burn an NFT, they could get tokens. So they're mining by burning NFT tokens.
Okay, so yeah, that's very creative idea, so what do you guys think in terms of? I think yeah, it's a neat idea. It allows you to convert your NFT into something different, like broadly, like from one NFT, I think you mentioned, to another, and possibly even a fungible token sometimes by mining it, right? So some sort of almost like a conversion process, it seems to me. So what kind of applications do you see, Max? And feel free if anybody else wants to kind of give feedback here.
The application is just to get funding for a DAC or funding for a community. So there's a barrier of entry. That's why the user would have to sign up for the service so that they don't donate and just burn a bunch of NFTs they create.
So I think it does kind of follow well from Philip's kind of idea of like using NFTs for fundraising, because NFTs are, typically the normal fundraising is regular fungible tokens. You just raise Ethereum or EOS or whatever it is, and that's what they can use as payments and whatnot. But NFTs are these unique items. They're one of a kind, and they're collectible. So it's kind of sometimes it's tough to even burn it too, right? Like because people just want to keep it, right? So but the idea that you can actually burn it into something maybe different, and then maybe extract some sort of fungible token or something out of it, and then use that for funding. I think it kind of is a good follow-up to what Philip was also thinking about, I guess, right? So
yeah, there's a pathway. I think one of the goals in the NFT space is collectors like to collect. We see the next evolution with Alien Worlds, where they're putting those cards to use. So maybe a bridge for a lot of the collectibles already out there, just to engage more communities, to do something with their collections. So this could be just the first kind of test. But if you had that contract to burn, I've been watching a lot of these videos, and they really get into the psychology and the dopamine and the rush of opening a pack and going through and trying to get this collectible. So they know the psychology and the influences they're under. And I recall seeing a few videos where there's a game where you can put any two NFTs up for battle, but you don't lose your NFT. And that was the big question. Everybody on this panel were like, oh, wow, do you lose your NFT? And they're like, no. And like, oh, man, that would be a rush. Can you imagine like putting up your best one for this? So it would be kind of the first smart contract then to layer on that next one of going, all right, let's use that burn mechanism to have some gameplay. And then with the idea of this always being a DAC and a community behind it, then then it's how do you do more activities? So you can maybe then have in the future have a third option that it will burn it unless the DAC doesn't have that card, right? And if the DAC already has that card in the collection, it burns it. And then you can have a joint effort of a bigger collection. And where I'm going with this is I'm inspired by Alien Worlds, and I've invested some cards, but I just know I don't have a lot of time to play. So I'm wondering how I could participate in a DAC, put some of my collectibles in there. And in this case, maybe there's other people that the DAC can make a gameplay out of that or do something with those assets. So this kind of seemed like the simplest first step to the burn mechanism to get input and kind of gamify that seemed like the easiest first step. Yeah, I just saw Jeff pipe up about leasing assets, where I was going down that road, but you can only do so much. But definitely that would be the next steps of that DAC. Then if that DAC had a bunch of assets and we were all members and we wanted to increase it, well, I'd like to pick my time slots that I would lease the assets and go play the game, right? And we've seen this in games that were monetized in the past where, almost went to the people were paying other people to play their characters, right? So so down that road.
Great, awesome. Any other ideas? I might try to buy a pack on Alien Worlds just so that maybe put it in the prize pool or something. I was just thinking about that. I think there's a couple hours left, and then I was like, and Dwayne, you mentioned that there is a psychology, like I'm not really much of a game player and whatnot, but I could see like even the bidding process for NFTs and the rarity and it does is even that action is really very engaging, I think, and so I'm like, okay, like I'm not even really a collector, but I could kind of feel it already by just like seeing the way that there's an auction process for these tokens. It's rare, and it seems like a cool game, and like so anyway. So and then the idea that you just mentioned was cool, where like if you had NFTs and they were like fighting each other, and there was like a way that you actually burn the other NFT, and there's a history of like this card being like the winner, like that actually is a really kind of powerful concept where like you track this history of this NFT, and it's just like I don't know, it's funny like just to think about. Like anyways, so any others? Like I'm not as I really like the NFT space, but again there's so much there that I haven't really followed as much as I could. But I know Dwayne and Max definitely are really big into it. So anything else, Max, Dwayne?
Yeah, that's pretty much it for the basic premise. Can you guys hear me right now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was just saying, this comes out of the greatest concern. How do you fund a community DAC without like liquidating your tokens you're coming up with, or doing an ICO or something absurd like that? How do you get the community to engage and add value to it while giving back value? And I think an idea like this can work pretty good. Same with Philip's idea. I think that's that can work as well. So I think that's we're all kind of coming up with similar ideas, and I'm excited by that. I was gonna see if John, if you're available to talk about your NFT fundraising, unless you're correct.
Sure. Yeah. I have a few ideas, and also I could talk about stuff we've done in the past.
Awesome, John.
What did you guys?
Feel free. I think Max was talking about. Is there a specific kind of maybe concept? But I'm not sure if you're thinking of kind of submitting that. It doesn't have to be, but for the hackathon. But Max was, that's what you're asking, Max? He had an idea maybe related to NFT.
Yeah, they did some donations and rewarded the NFTs at Boyd, and I thought it was really cool.
Okay. So yeah, feel free, John, to share kind of your experience doing that, like fundraising via NFTs.
Okay. Yeah, so I made a smart contract like 6 months ago that was basically to give users a way to donate to help fund Boyd development while also earning a little bit of Boyd power and getting, another leaderboard. So kind of a gamified donation contract. And the idea is we have a pool of tokens that you can donate into the pool, or you can donate into the contract. And every time someone makes a donation, they receive a little Boyd power, and the minimum donation for that coin increases a little bit. And they also, level up every 10 donations. And the level that you're at determines how much Boyd power you get. So, there's an incentive to make lots of little donations spread across many little coins to kind of maximize the power you get back. And, it was just kind of for fun, and people liked it, but there was issues where the minimum cost to donate increased a little too quickly. So that's something we need to tweak. And we basically redeployed the contract recently for our Boyd NFT rollout. And we reused the contract and said, basically, if you reach level 3, you get bronze. If you reach, level 6, you get this card. And if you reach level 10, then you get like the gold card. And then the mint number is determined by your ranking on the leaderboard. And so that was cool. The problem I think that we had with using it with NFTs is that most NFT collectors, they just want to collect NFTs. They don't care about Boyd power, and they don't really care about playing this game, right? So next time we're probably going to do a more traditional type of auction, and the Atomic Assets team has developed like a little auction contract for doing that. So probably we'll just use that instead and leave this donation contract just for like generating Boyd power, and kind of separate the two. So that's our experience with that.
Yeah, that's nicely done. If you guys are in the chat window, Max put up the link for the Boyd donation website, and it looks nice. It's you have a leaderboard, and it has the instructions at the top, and you can kind of see all the different coins that you could use to donate, which is great.
The event has ended and the cards have already been distributed, but you can still see, how it ended. So the cards turned out to be pretty expensive. So like, the top contributor, it was like basically at least $100 to get the gold card. We'll next round, this is the first Boyd NFT. They're very rare. So hopefully, you'll see some interesting aftermarket, movement or whatever. And, I wasn't planning on doing anything with NFTs for this hackathon.
Okay.
But maybe someone will talk me into something.
All right. That's awesome. And that's great. You got that's a good like reference point, even for Philip to kind of know that there's this, this essentially a way to use NFTs for fundraising. It's just like a one implementation of that, which is great. All right. So awesome. So anybody else want to share projects? It could be anything too. I think if it's NFTs especially, I guess it'd be good because we're kind of already talking about that right now. And fundraising is the other concept that we're touching upon here. So anything, any related ideas, or it could be, and then we could just, it could be anything else as well. So we had Max.
In my case with the time bank, I'm very interested to see if it's a good idea to have a score of the people. That's a topic that maybe we will see in the next section, because we were talking about the trust. That's how everybody here think about the trust and how to score other people to allow them to do some jobs. I think that's important for my project. Maybe for the next DACathon, I can bring something new with the time bank.
And Lucas, I think a lot of us here are familiar with your time bank, but there might be people here that are new. So feel free to maybe give a brief summary of the time bank concept for those that aren't here. And then I guess the second thing was, the trust and reputation was one of the group discussions yesterday. So I think there's a lot of value in building something around that idea. But go ahead, Lucas.
I have the presentation. If you want, I can do very fast slideshows of the presentation of the last DACathon.
I mean, maybe just an elevator pitch for those. Because are you planning to work on that for this
Actually,
hackathon?
yeah, I'm working because the topic that I bring that is the trust. I don't know how to fix or how to handle the trust in a blockchain. So yes, basically I'm like low working on this.
Okay. So yeah, I mean, feel free to do the presentation, I think, for those that haven't, and we will consider that as a presentation of for the hackathon project. Lucas did work on it for the last hackathon, but if he's extending it to maybe building out a feature of this broader idea, that'll count as a hackathon project too. So go ahead, Lucas.
I don't want to hijack the hackathon, but yeah, the time bank for the new guys is basically a broad idea to exchange time for time using the blockchain. And the idea was basically to create a smart contract that will be open source, and anybody can replicate the time bank. So the problem is organization need more volunteers. So the idea is to motivate the new volunteers by offering them tokens. When we do this, I'm still not very knowledgeable. I still doesn't understand the tokens at all. I'm be honest. I'm still trying to get into the frame. I'm still do not understand NFT very well. I'm trying to, but the basic idea was how we can compensate the people for their service and have a reputation. The reputation is where the score comes. How we score in a way the people that is not unfair. So that's the point. How we solve another problem that is going to come with this solution. What happens if somebody go and do the general idea is to do social service. So go to asylums or places where a municipality or a group of people require, or a church require volunteers. But what happens if somebody in that group is a bad actor? How we prevent that bad actor of taking advantage of the system, or how we prevent a bad actor from destroying the reputation of other good people. So that's basically the trust area that I'm trying to see how we can solve that using only zeros and ones, a binary system, or in the blockchain. How we can not allow a bad actor to hijack a volunteer system and make everybody jealous or having conflict over something that basically is just to reward volunteers. So how we stop that? And that's the part of the trust. How we trust people basically has the system, and as I do in my life, we start from zero. So everybody has to start creating their reputation. But someone is going to create more reputation because they was in the start more faster than the people that maybe come to be volunteer in 1 year or 2 years. they will be maybe feel under the rest of the group. I don't know how you call this in English. Then it's usually this the main ring or the main circle of the people, and they are like a close group, and they do not allow new people to come and help. So that's how we avoid that to happen using a software. And that's basically what I'm trying to think. I hope I will have the answer by February. I want to start programming this smart contract in February. That's I already set a goal for do that, and we will see what will happen from there. For the new guys, basically the idea is that we will have two tokens: the token for the time and the token for the reputation. The time token is 1 hour, one time token. We are not talking here about 1 hour of somebody giving a math class is more worth in money than 1 hour of somebody giving a programming class, or making a loan, or doing all kind of jobs or services. Plus, then the original ideas for social services. But anybody can take the smart contract and using for, let's say, a bartering. That's the right word? Barter? Yeah, for trying to barter. The same smart contract can help with that, but that's not the main goal. The main goal is to be used by church or municipalities or social services or a community. Was basically the other challenges are how we can exchange the time between several smart contracts that are installed by several different people. I was seeing the FIO from was Luke or GIVES. I don't remember who have the FIO system. It was very interesting because that helped to fix this problem, and I have this challenge. How if I have my smart contract for my people and somebody wants to move their hours from this smart contract, let's say in this church in my town, and they're moving to another town, and maybe there is another smart contract there, how they can move that hours to that place, and they can use the hours in that other place, then have another smart contract running by other people. So that was part of the challenges that we're seeing for the future, and several other challenges that we have. I don't want to take too much time about this, but if somebody have questions about this, I'm open to hear questions.
Thanks a lot, Lucas. Yeah, it was great that you were able to present your slides, and I'm sure a lot of people, got the concept of the time bank. So any questions or ideas? Also, it also, I think Lucas is talking about, trust and reputation that was part of the group discussion being relevant to his project. So I think, it's a feature that probably a lot of projects can use, a trust and reputation system. But any other comments or feedback or thoughts from anybody?
Yeah, Lucas, you inspired me. I wrote a bunch of pages, and I think the inspiration started when you told me about, we were in a trust discussion. And I said, well, trust based on keys, at the very root of a key set, I can just give my private keys to someone. How do you lock that trust? And you're like, oh, well, you just have you have a key set, you have 2 tokens, and you have not even tokens, you have a DAC that you would be a member of, that you wouldn't have all the normal privileges of an EOS account. You wouldn't be able to transfer out your tokens. So it got me inspired of, maybe one step ahead of your, I'm almost seeing your time bank as an application that could use, I just called it a community trust DAC, where similar to FIO, you'd kind of sign up for an account that would be your verification account. So it kind of ties into yesterday. We're talking about building a resume and building a legacy of foundations. And one of the foundations is your resume. So this would be almost like a resume, and to start off with, credentials coming in from institutions. We were talking about schools and different learning credentials. And then the second one on the resume would be your volunteerism. So to have the system not be able to be gamed, maybe we're not worried about getting paid until you're building up some reputation in that system. And then secondary systems can use that as a reference point going, wow, this person has an NFT from this school, they have an NFT from this whitelisted nonprofit, and they keep on volunteering. Well, we have a fund over here for repeat people that drop tokens into whatever accounts they've attached to this DAC ID. So I'd attach my EOS account or WAX account. And because of my reputation on this, DAC ID system, then I can get paid through my other accounts. But it kind of makes people, like you said, people are jealous about building reputation. Well, this one kind of levels it where you kind of have to have some reputation or do some of these things before going cold and getting paid and something else. So so that was my inspiration. I really didn't plan to have that as that's a lot, but one piece of that, I think just for me, the inspiration was just having that DAC be in charge of your identity, that you wouldn't be able to export those NFTs or those credentials. And it wouldn't be a scoring system because there wasn't anyone here that could take away points, right? It wasn't right now we have a lot of credit systems that only check off if you've done something bad. So this would just be building credentials or building an NFT for volunteer work. And then all these time banks and other things could be almost secondary markets utilizing that verified information.
Yeah, I'm seeing the time bank has a plugin into the EOS DAC or a DAC. That's how I visualize in the future being a plugin, because it has an entity along a time bank have not that sense. You need the community, you need people that put rules, you need a lot of things over the time bank to make it work in the future. And let's say, yes, ban bad actors, how Mr. Jeff says, sanction bad actors, but that will be there forever. So somebody else in the future come and see, okay, who is Mr. Dwayne, who is Max Infield? They come and they search on internet and they're going to find that he was sanctioned there. So that's part of the things. How much the anonymity will be allowed and how much the person could just come and says, yeah, my actions will be in the future, will be there forever. And if I get sanctioned because I have 3 strikes, 5 strikes, what are the rules of that time bank and that DAC they have, it will be there. And it will be part of that resume or that CV for the future. Or maybe the people can come and say, yeah, I was playing very bad, but now I want to fix my reputation. How in the future I can fix my reputation? That will be the next evolutionary step. But that's part of the things, one thing at a time. The first right now, then I want to understand and trying to solve mentally, then to try to program, is how to make a trust system that is a scoring system at the end of the day, but the people doesn't seem like a scoring system. Because I feel like the people, when you see it, I say yesterday, score system, and I believe everybody start to think about China and is giving a score to the people. And they see that, I don't know if it's to communists, to socialists, or then that we know that we have to give the people a reputation, a scoring, but I don't know how the people feel to know that they are 4.5 from 5 stars. Maybe I feel that I should deserve 5 stars, and I have 4.5. That's part of the saying the ego and how the brains work. Then it's going to say the people, no, I don't want to be volunteer because I'm 4.5. And I believe that I'm doing too much for this church or too much for this community, then I deserve a 5. So how to fix this kind of new problems that are going to appear when something is in place?
Yeah, thanks, Lucas, and Dwayne. And you mentioned China too, and I think yeah, it is always interesting how people feel very uncomfortable with the social credit score system. But I do think if implemented correctly, where it's not, I think the big problem with China is who gets to say, and it's the Chinese government gets to say. But I think people are probably okay if there's a decentralized approach for trust, reputation, and even what they call social credit. It's just a matter of who gets to decide. And then the second point is, I think people have, and I think Andreas Antonopoulos has mentioned that it's also great to enable people to have like a way to a fresh start too. So he's always advocated for more pseudonymous or anonymous systems where people can get a fresh start. So I think those are some of the common ideas I've heard about it. But so even though social credit is people get very uneasy, and I do think there is a psychological effect where people don't like to be kind of have a number on, like for them. But I think at least broadly speaking, it's very useful as a if it can be presented correctly, like you say, Lucas, where it's not seen to be so reflective of a person's identity, like a whole identity based on like a number or it's that I think rubs people the wrong way. So I do think there has to be a better way to present something, a reputation, without getting I would say like crude, in a way.
Yeah,
So
that's the word that everybody understands, social credit, because I don't know that the English word, the right word. I've been using scoring, but do you understand better social credit?
yeah, I mean that's what China. People know the Chinese system as I think a social credit system is how they call it. I think, and there
Do
might be
you
other
suggest
terms.
me that I keep using that word, or is looking bad if I say that?
Yeah, people. I don't think people. A lot of people don't like that word. So, but
I'm going to keep using scoring. Yeah. So
yeah, I think,
the scoring
yeah,
thing, that's a point. We can do the scoring. Let's not say anonymous, like inter DAC, and only the custodians can come and every month see the scoring of the people and says, oh, this guy is very low in score. We have to sanction, or we can send a message to that anonymous account, because maybe you don't know who is that person, has the custodians. That's part of the rules. Then maybe if I understand if that's the kind of rules and the things that the people will like, in the developer world, we can do whatever we want. So if we want to keep the scoring secret, we can do it. There's ways to have the scoring in the blockchain and secret at the same time. And maybe only we don't want the scoring to be totally public, only for the custodians. And every month the custodians comes and says, oh no, this account it has 3 strikes. So we are going to sanction him, or we are going to get him low in the job posting to see how's happening, or we send a message by the internal system, because maybe we don't want, or the people don't want to lose the anonymity that the blockchains bring. So that's the kind of things that I need to understand. What is the people, or what will be likely to have, so I can put that in a paper and trying to program that.
yeah, that's awesome, and there's some great comments on the chat. So feel free. Like, I think putting
Yeah.
making a positive, I guess, using positive words are always great. You know. So Jason, I don't know, it overlaps a little bit with what you were kind of talking about with recommendations and referrals. I mean, what Dwayne mentioned, especially, I think too. you know, so I mean, having a DAC be part of a, you know, a kind of as a layer of to provide and have all these systems interoperate with. Do you have any thoughts about Lucas and the time bank? Or,
yeah. Well, first of all, it was a really good presentation, and I'm sold on the idea of time bank too. So as a general direction, I think you're going the right direction. As far as something to be used to acknowledge each other, you know, people want to be heard and they want to be listened to, and then we want some feedback to know that we've been heard. To offer an NFT in exchange for that, or to build up something of a score that compiles down is really helpful. It's a really good guidepost, like an organizing tool. I think that some of the alarmism for a social credit score, there's a reason why people are concerned, and it's because it itself becomes a new form of dependency. If it's too centralized and it compiles down to just one score, and that's going to be the one thing that everyone knows about each other is what their score is, then I think that is too great of a reduction. It is too oversimplified, and it diminishes the qualitative dimension of people and their attention and their intentions, because a lot of times that an outcome occurs, the outcome is at least partially accidental, for better or for worse. People perform better than expected or worse than expected, and that it becomes a lot murkier if you try to evaluate what a person was attempting to do or why, and what their motive was behind an outcome. But to me, that's more important than what the outcome is. So I suppose what I've done is pose more questions than answers, but that's all I have to say for now.
Oh, that's very well put. That's very well communicated. I think I mean, I agree with everything you said. So and I think, yeah, any other comments?
Thank you very much. Yeah, I'm checking all the comments that are in the chat. I'm reading very, very truthful. And yes, every time that it's like a Pandora box. I see a problem, I try to solve it, and the solution open 3-5 more questions or problems to solve. So yeah, that's part of the project and everything in life. You know that if we can solve these problems, I think then we can maybe create something for the future. That's what I believe, and that's why I'm trying to do the time bank open source for anybody that want to use it in the future or tweak or make it better. It will be available.
All right, that's fantastic, Lucas. Really appreciate it. So anybody else have any projects that they want to share with a group?
Anything, or just yeah?
Yeah, I mean, you know, something that they want to maybe either team build or submit to the hackathon is probably the first thing. Once we get through all those ideas, then we can you know, maybe have some final ideas that people just want to share, I guess.
Hi Jack again. The idea for the courses, for language courses using blockchain, I don't know I think Max have a better way to say it, or Mr. Dwayne, and I gave them the idea the other day. Maybe you can help me.
Max or Dwayne, I know I remember Lucas did mention a language related project.
Yeah, it was at its root, we've talked not about getting rewards for verifying that we're on Zoom. You know, we were looking at it from a custodial maybe we should have a minimum things we can do, and if we can record them, there'd be a smart contract that said, hey, you have to do a minimum of certain steps. And Lucas's was similar to unite people online through Zoom or a process, and to be rewarded. And the reason they were getting together was they wanted to learn English. So simple use case, people get together and talk, match up some people online, and they get rewarded, or a leaderboard, or some token of participation.
Thank you.
Okay. So there's another idea that can be a potential idea for the hackathon.
I can see how that one could be co-opted, Lucas. We're just going to get all these Latin American guys into they want to speak English into all our projects. We're just going to be speaking like tech talk to them. You know what I mean? Like they'll think that normal language includes DACs and DEFI and.
Yeah. It's going to be a lot of technical words there, but that's part of the thing. Usually, people, if they want to learn English, they only learn the days of the week and the hours, and a lot of these words. Even for myself, it took me years to learn how to say policy and police. And that's hard for me still to do. So from a Spanish born native, I know the struggle to learn another language. I was privileged because my family can pay me private teachers, but I know that until recent years in the country, we have a very good English in high schools. But a lot of countries in that area, they need it, and it's opportunity. This is something that we know that happen. Somebody that know English, they have a 40% more increase in their wealth, or a 60% more opportunity to get a job than somebody that doesn't know English. That's period. So just by doing that, we're helping people. Then in 5 years they get a better job or something like that. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah, I like that. I like that. It's I like these projects. You could broaden it out to a lot of other different areas too, especially with the trend of using Zoom and now we have payments and blockchain crypto payments, and so we can incentivize people. But just that idea that and language is and culture sharing is already very popular with different websites. So I think we can expand that, and it seems to me a more relatively less, I guess, complicated project, technically, because we have all the infrastructure to do a lot of this already. So I like that. I mean, it's something, I'd be happy to contribute to.
I believe there's something that only requires a set of rules. Then that's the part that I cannot think what will be the rules, how we handle the reward system or whatever. I only wish that whatever is have to be very simple. So I suggest that even we use a tip bot directly in Telegram, the most simple option that is available, and make it happen if that's possible. And if the group love that, to do it also.
All right, awesome. So Philip also has a project he might want to present, at least, and this probably is not for the hackathon, but just to share with the group. But anything related with the hackathon that people want to share, and then we'll get to we'll get to team building too. We also have the ideas, again, from yesterday. So those are other potential ideas. So and then we can always maybe try to come up and collaborate and brainstorm on an idea as well, if we want. So anyway, so Philip, I mean, I'm open to it. Does anyone kind of object? I mean, he wants to share what he's working on with that he's currently working on. I mean, I think you know, we can.
No, yeah, so.
Okay, so yeah, feel free, Philip, to present your current project. Okay, Philip, I see your screen. I don't hear you though.
Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. Okay, so let's start again. So the reason behind this project is because when I came to the blockchain world, I felt like I had to be an IT nerd because we had Bitcoins, we had Litecoins, we had Ethereum, EOS, Telos. It was a vast amount of blockchains, a vast amount of wallets. And I felt that all this tech was too advanced for me, and at least too advanced for everyday people. And some of my visions is to create user-friendly interfaces, user-friendly use cases, and it should be safe and secure for everyone. And that's because if we want network building and mass adoption, we need something that people recognize in their daily days or daily lives. So Destiny is all about a cross-blockchain ecosystem for everyday people. And the reason behind that is because it's built on EOS today. And I know that if I build something on EOS, it's also compatible with Telos. So why not compile it for both blockchains at the same time? And some of the buzzwords behind the project is that which is very important to me, is that we use something called CI/CD, which is continuous integrations, continuous development, continuous deployment. And I believe that that concept in smart or agile development is very fit for time to market development. And by that I mean that we can prototype a small ID, we can push it out, we can get the community feedback, and then we can take it back and alter it, or it's already live. And also by reusing already invented technology instead of reinventing the wheels again and again. I feel that we can load balance forces, and by that I mean that we can already utilize things that is working. Why not? We don't need to reinvent it. And also that means that the teams can be focusing more on the core problems instead of focusing on a more broad perspective. By connecting different blockchains and making one interface for the users, which is where the backend is kind of talking to different blockchains, you get a broader audience, and you also get a better spread of individual interest, because people have different interests, and by using one frontend which is easy to use and compiling or combining different use cases, you get more adoption on that. One expression from sales is called channel gliding, and that means that if we have users on EOS and we build something on Telos, we're kind of pushing those EOS users away. And why not make the channel glide from EOS and Telos and off-chain go both ways at the same time? Again, you get a broader audience and better spread of individual interests. And DAC consortium, synergy at multiple levels. I was having those visions, and I've seen now that we already have that tech going on. That's excellent. And also one buzzword is that we have the ideas. I'm not talking about me and my team, but I'm talking about everyone. And let's realize them together. And I think that the communities that I've seen in the EOS and Telos groups is absolutely fabulous. I love it. So the status today is that we are currently on the Jungle Tree testnet, and we have built a couple of actions already in a smart contract. And basically, what we're doing is that we are taking what I call an exit scam on KROWN and building it on EOS and Telos blockchains, with the purpose of showing people that you don't need to be scammed. This could work. And the only way to make it work is that you have, before you deploy stage 1, you are already building stage 2 and already building stage 3. So there is a momentum in the project that is actually going to be realized, which makes this not a scam, if you understand me. And instead of reinventing different and long-term projects, we want to reutilize already existing projects like a DeFi project. And that's where we are now, currently designing the front end. We have some problems with Adobe XD and compatibility with the Vue Quasar, but we will solve that soon. And then I'm also fond of making things flexible and scalable for the future. So we are opening certain integration points where any dApp could adapt at different levels in the smart contract. And the future will bring credit cards, for instance, gaming with scarce assets, fiat coins, and the later stages will include DEX, stacks, and, for instance, trading. So yeah, that's basically it, where we are today. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Philip. Yeah, I like your four slideshow presentations. very efficient, I think. And but yeah, it's great. And your project is called Destiny. Is that the name?
Sorry, I clicked trouble. Yeah, we call it Destiny World. Yeah.
Destiny World. Okay, great. Any comments from people? Any ideas? Yeah, and I like the idea that it is. I think with DACs and communities, I think it's very consistent with what we're all trying to do to kind of have everyone participate and be part of it, and not be so tribalistic with different ecosystems. So right, I think it's a great start with Telos and EOS to combine those two and just make it seamless so that people can participate in a more easily into one system, but be integrated with EOS and Telos at the same time. And so the consortium idea, also field protocol, Luke spoke yesterday. You could check out the video when we have it up. And they're trying to, they have wallet interoperability with Bitcoin, Ethereum, EOS, and many other ecosystems. So so it's more like an identity system, an identity layer for being able to send and receive cryptocurrencies from all the wallets or many of the wallets that exist in cryptocurrency. And so they're doing something on the wallet side that you could probably check out for your project.
Yes, thank you.
Any other thoughts, guys? All right. So how do you guys want to do this? So we had a lot of ideas out here for the project. We have, Max's NFT burning. Dwayne had, I think the most recent idea was more of a DAC for the reputation and trust. And then Lucas time bank and, reputation and trust again. I think Philip, the original was, an NFT social funding project. Let me see. Who else?
Lisa, do you have a project in mind or anything?
Lisa, do you?
Well, I do. I have a project on the go, but I don't think it's ready for this DACathon.
Okay.
So I'm going to hold off for now.
Okay, so Jason's holding off. I forgot to mention there is the language project also from Lucas as well. So the reputation, trust, and the language project was the other one.
I think we've got plenty to chew on here.
Okay.
I think that
I
want. Sorry.
Okay,
I have two ideas. If maybe people could give me feedback on which idea sounds more useful or whatever at some point.
Okay, so
yeah, let's hear them.
So let's hear John with his couple ideas, and then I think Lisa, I think your audio was there was an issue there, so we can hear from you after. So yeah, go ahead, John.
First idea is a DeFi analytics dashboard where you basically put in an EOS account and you get all your stats across all the DeFi swap pools like Dolphin Swap, DeFi Box, Nudex, things like that, and it like aggregates everything, and it's searchable by, you know, you can look at time frames, you can see your cost basis, you can see how much fees you've paid, how much you earned, like mining liquidity pools, and it puts it all kind of in one place that you can browse, and also you can use it to like generate tax forms and things like that. And you could pay, like you could offer like a basic free part, and then also users could pay to get like full access. And I was even thinking like you pay on a per account basis, and if you can prove that you own an account, you get like a 20% discount. You like sign a transaction with a key to prove that you own that account, or you can pay to like see, so you can kind of spy on other accounts, right? So, you know, you could monetize that in that way. So that's one idea. And then the other idea is on Ethereum, there's this project called Pool Together, which is built on DAI. And basically you just deposit funds into this pool, and then for every token you deposit, you get a ticket basically. And then there's a lottery every day or every week, and you're randomly chosen. The tickets are randomly chosen, you know. So there's a random lottery, and then whatever rewards have accrued in that pool over that time period gets rewarded to, you know, who's chosen in the lottery. So it's basically just like you just deposit funds and you don't have to do anything else. So you don't have to manage it. And it's totally possible that we could build this on top of Vigor, because Vigor is like very advanced. It's very detailed. Like in, you know, if you want to lend on Vigor, you know, you need to make sure that you're collateralized properly, and if people get bailed out, you need to make sure you have coins there to cover their debt and things like that. And a lot of people thought that it was going to be more passive. So this is an idea to build a passive, you know, platform for earning lottery on top of Vigor, and it would basically plug into the Vigor contract. And I don't think it would be that much work. I think, you know, you could build it in a week or two.
All right, thanks, John. Yeah, it's actually part of the theme to do DeFi. So those are a couple DeFi projects there. A DeFi dashboard, I'll call it for now, and then a lottery system that's attached to Vigor. And so for the lottery system, you know, people play lottery. I have a question about that. I mean, so, you know, people pool their money together. Is there, you're saying it's automated? Like, what's the customer, what's the user experience going to be like? They, you know, people play the lottery. They know there's a pool of money that everyone contributes, and that someone can win a big prize, right? Like
yeah, I think maybe I didn't describe it totally correct. You're not purchasing lottery tickets. You're just depositing into a pool, and you're staking into a pool essentially. And then that pool is earning some passive income. Like for Vigor, if you can earn, 5 to 10% APR just for depositing your coins and holding them there. So this would basically be an interface for that. And so you could always pull your coins back out. There's no risk, essentially, is what I'm saying. There's only benefit as opposed, you're not buying a lottery ticket. Yeah.
It's not a bet.
Yeah.
It's like a CD.
Okay.
A deposit certificate.
So it seems like it's a CD with a kind of a variable like reward, where it's like, it could be like a 20% interest in one day, and then all of a sudden, it's kind of, you're just kind of contributing, like you're not getting anything for a few days or a few weeks, and then all of a sudden you get a big reward again. So it's like a very variable kind of APR that you get.
Yeah, and you could even have it where you can deposit with no limitations, meaning you can withdraw at any time, and you get one ticket per dollar deposited, let's say. But let's say if you're okay to lock up your funds for 3 to 6 months, maybe you get 2 tickets per dollar you put in, or something like that.
Okay.
Sorry, but that doesn't sound. That sounds like Rex, or I am incorrect.
It's not like Rex, but you could say maybe there are some similarities.
I like both those ideas. Can you guys hear me right? Sorry about that.
Yeah, we can hear you, Max. Still a little bit of noise, but in the background.
Yeah, I like both those ideas. I think the DeFi one is awesome because, yeah, you can basically put recipes together for users and try them out for yourself and see if you get that interest. And then for the lottery one, I like that idea as well. I think it'd be cool to be able to allow communities to integrate it into their existing DACs or something. I think that's where the real power is letting individual communities have their own lotteries as well.
Any other feedback, comments, or? Okay. All right. So Lisa, you can go ahead. Do you have an idea you want to share?
Sure. A couple of things. I'm not sure it's for DACathon or just to have general feedback or ideas either now or later. But 2 things. One, there's been several requests to franchise Lisa's coffee shop, and some ideas how to do that would be helpful from anyone who has them now or later. But the essence is that we're in a Telegram group at the moment giving a KROWN reward in exchange for a sticker. And it seems like there could be a franchise model, or there could be some technology or DAC that would allow those images or NFTs to be acquired and then rewarded ongoing, and it could be tied with real coffee or potentially just stay virtual. But Sarah brought it up yesterday that they're trying to figure out how to do it in alien worlds, and it got me thinking about it again. So that's one topic, should anyone have any ideas. And topic 2 is the DAC rectory, which we've talked about in the community call and a little bit last DACathon. But from a technology standpoint, how to do it would be very interesting, but also from just like, would people like it, or how should it function? The concept being a directory of people involved in DACs with their expertise and affiliation. So if you're in a DAC and you have a question about a particular topic, that you would be able to look for that person and reach out to them. Like if someone's good at putting together dashboards and stats and you need that, you could go to that person and say, hey, is this a hard project, or what do you suggest, or that kind of thing. So those 2 concepts I just put out there for now or later, in case anyone has any thoughts about either one.
Yeah, any feedback for Lisa on her the franchise? Maybe parallel projects that are out there that have done any kind of franchising model here in cryptocurrency. I think that could be useful for her to check out. And then the DAC directory, and Lisa has mentioned that in our group, so I think that's a great idea to be able to aggregate all people's skills and knowledge or just experience or whatever it is in a directory resource for everyone to look at as a resource to identify where they might be able to help in any particular project. So I think that's a fantastic idea. So any questions?
You should talk to Lisa. You should talk to the Nifty Wizards people and see if there's some integration where like a wizard could visit the coffee shop. I mean, I feel like that would fit really well.
That's one of the groups, yeah, that we've been talking about. And actually, who was it who he set up the tavern in Nifty Wizards to mimic, or inspired by, I should say. It's not mimicking, it's not the same thing, but it's different, but inspired by Lisa's Coffee Shop. So I was just in there the other day too. So one thing we said for that is they wanted, like I asked them what they wanted in Lisa's Coffee Shop, and they said potions. So the plan is to design some potions in Lisa's Coffee Shop to promote Nifty Wizards, basically. And then I'm sure they would be open to some ideas about NFTs or others. Every time I go back to the group, there's like 10,000 new posts since I was there last. So it's all that dust gathering.
I have a question about the directory.
Yeah.
I love the idea. I think that that's something that is like the classifies. One day we will need a classified sections in the DAC, and that directory is part of the evolutionary part. But how we prevent or how we manage in automatic way to keep the information update? Because that's the main problem with the directories on the internet. I find directories with information, and maybe I call a place and they're closed for 1 year or 2 years. So maybe this person stopped working on these topics for any reasons. Move from blockchain to, I don't know, like myself, I'm moving also into vertical farming. Maybe that will be my next business. So that's part of the thing, how we handle or how we update that person's, like the same thing with the trust, how we manage to have updated information or to know that the people is doing what they say they do.
Yeah, definitely. And in the past, when I've had data sets like this, it's been a very manual, someone's taken the responsibility basically for doing it. But having the tools to do it is another issue as well. And you could send a form to everyone you know, hey, fill this out, but it may not really capture like what they do or their interests or their skills, or, you almost would be better off to have everyone else say what to call them for. But also the directory functionality, believe it or not, there is no, as far as I'm concerned, there's no good directory functionality available on the web. And if anyone knows of any that can be used without engineering, please let me know. But, like the form, the listing, and the login to access it and update it is much harder than it seems.
Yeah, so several open source options. I don't know if you want a specific blockchain option, but there's several directories that I test in the past. Maybe one of them can be useful, and we can then later adapt to blockchain. I believe that will be more easy.
Okay, so that'd be great to maybe share those resources to Lisa, Lucas.
I think Jeff wants to say something.
Okay.
Yeah, the simple link directory for WordPress works pretty good. It does take some programming, but you can actually upload a database into it once you get in the right format, and you can cross-reference it by a lot of different categories. It's real flexible, but it does take some thought to format it and make it work. We were using that on the EOS project I was working on for a while. It's on hold now. So I could demonstrate it to you sometime, Lisa.
That would be awesome. I literally need that in every project I work on, one way or another. And I have looked at, EOSIO, I'm looking at Max's comment too. Yeah, and so I've been testing out some different software, and every single one of them has a problem, one reason or another, especially if you're not able to code. and engineer it, right?
Right. No, yeah, we were basically creating a project for education resources on EOSIO, and it was involving this database that Vincent from EOS Nation had put together, and Fuzzy was part of initiating this project to get it going. And yeah, everybody got too busy, but we did have a lot of, we had a MVP almost ready. We were just trying to get it past that stage where it actually was a product, a little bit more usable, and then everybody kind of got busy and it got put on hold. But it was very similar to the idea with a with a directory that we're talking about. So
that source code is available or is online somewhere to check it out?
It is. It was basically put on somebody's private server, but I could, if I could make my contact available, or you can contact me through Telegram, and I can refer people there. It's kind of it needs to be updated. That's kind of, otherwise I would be still working. The server's on someone else's server, so the software was owned. The plugins were owned by somebody else, so I got to the point where I couldn't maintain it because it was all out of my control, basically. Once the designer had put it together.
Yeah, it does work, and they're willing to do it in open source. So upload to GitHub. We can maybe the KROWN group is interested, and we can continue that project.
Yeah, because like maybe something like Defuse or something might be a better way to approach something like that. I don't know about the database aspect, but it as more of an API based platform that automatically has a nice look to it and puts it on the web. It seems like something to look into.
Something like that where you could cross over from the blockchain space into traditional spaces and offer a product. If you don't have to log in with a wallet, or if it's super easy, something like that, it could be super helpful. And there are a lot of people who need online directories, and the other thing I've been looking for myself is event calendars behind logins. But there's so many people that have posted on the web or taken a stab at part of it but not integrated it. And if anyone should want to build something like that, I would be all on board to do that, because like I said, I could use it in many ways, and I would know how to sell that software to a lot of other people who could use it as well.
Yeah, and one of the,
for or for not money. I'm not specifying at this point.
Yeah, but most of the things are PHP language, and I believe it's more easy to find a PHP programmer than, by example, what I'm trying to do, than is become a smart contract programmer. So I believe that that's just, we can do a worker proposal on KROWN, and it will be very easy to find the people, but you need only to know what exactly you want. Or do you come and say, yeah, is this plugin or WordPress, and I just need this little tweak, and somebody's going to do it. If not, I myself volunteer to do it.
Yeah, and I could see connecting it. Let's say once you're in the directory and you're confirmed or something like that, one way or another, by the community manager, then, potentially an NFT could be issued that could pay out and that sort of thing. So, for example, if the DAC community was to be in the DAC rectory, there could be an NFT for DAC rectory that says, whatever, every quarter, every year, 2020 MetaDAC was there, kind of a thing. So it could still, even if some traditional tools were used on the data display side, on the reward side, we could still tap into, the connected NFTs and, for example, we can do the KROWN rewards, or maybe other people have other rewards too. But that would, I think, be really cool. And it would incentivize people to be there, you know, and because, I mean, for one, you're getting the tokens, but two, you're getting the, you know, my favorite thing, like proof that you were there, right? Like, I think Jeff and I were talking about
exposition, the marketing of being there.
Right.
Yeah.
Well,
so
I did a lot of the focal value proposition write-up for that project. We were actually listing all the DApps, all the DACs, everything on EOS. That was the idea. And this database is already, you know, partially done. It was also going to, you know, enable users to update it, and it'd be incentivized eventually. But I guess it was too much of an idea to, and limitations of budget and time for some people working on it. But yeah, maybe we should just salvage that project and pull it into this one. You know, I also, because it's ecosystem related, you know, to the EOSIO ecosystem, I was using the term focal. One of the focal value propositions was have a field guide to the, you know, to the wilds of the ecosystem, essentially. You know, so and then, you know, I thought about incorporating EOS Writer maybe into it for more news-oriented stuff, but essentially have a bunch of channels, like a dashboard of different function, you know, and you can cross-reference everything. You set up your login, have your user preferences set up, and you customize your dashboard or what you want to look at, you know, when you log in, and it'd be like the AOL of EOS, basically.
yeah, I would definitely be into that, working on that, if you wanted to work on it. Maybe like the DAC rectory could be the proof of concept for the first one, and then from that, more of like a productized version could be developed to allow other communities could use it. You know, I can think of tens of thousands of communities.
Right.
Literally.
Yeah, no, yeah, DACs. Yeah, it makes sense. DACs or games or something might be easier to start with, you know, and then scale out from there.
Yeah, but when you add a calendar, there are millions of membership organizations in the country, and there are many membership software platforms, for example, that might want to integrate it. And that might be a really cool way to transport rewards, you know, DAC-based rewards to more traditional organizations.
That makes
when
sense. We had a calendar feature as well, but.
Yeah, you know, and since DACs are about organization and they're the future of organizations, I see, you know, these directories and calendars are natural, I think, features that DACs could have embedded in their software, or, you know, so that's great that, Lisa, you have so many contacts with that. I feel future community organizations can just use DAC software that hopefully we'll have this whole feature set with calendars and directories, and just will enhance organization and management of all organizations. So that's great. So we have another you know, project here, the DAC rectory. And yeah, and then I think from a different perspective, it does lead to a kind of a decentralized LinkedIn as well, a directory of you know, people's skills, knowledge, and experience. So Philip, I agree with you there. You know, Max also has a website, all things EOS.1. That's different from Jeff's project, though, right? Is that?
Yeah, that's a separate project. I was just going to say that a major problem with EOSIO projects, they get so abandoned so quick. And the simple way, you know, just came up with a simple way how to solve that problem, which is just ping those accounts, and if they're, you know, active within the last, you know, few days, and continue to show them on the website. You know, if we wanted to have a list of, you know, DACs and projects, let people sign up with their EOS account, and then keep them on there if they're still active.
That's a good point, Max. Yeah, I think that, you know, the tendency towards staying too EOS centric is is maybe opening it up to other platforms, other DPoS platforms, but yeah, it's nice to kind of, benefit share with our people in our own related ecosystem, though.
Good points, guys. But yeah, there does seem to be a lot of these projects out there, so which is good that we're here together to be able to share all the things that are out there that we haven't come across ourselves. So thanks for kind of everyone's input here. So we have a lot of projects. Is there any more? I think we got quite a number.
One more?
Lucas, you have two. So which one is your favorite? Because I mean, you can share it if you want feedback for sure.
No. My favorite. The first thing is the trust.
Okay.
If we can solve the trust, let's say philosophical way, I will use whatever decision is taken. I will take it vaguely for when I develop the time bank in February. But time bank is a project, and I will do it. I already find the time to do it. So time bank is out of the table. And if the language could be done, I believe that that's a more nicer and short-term project. I know that the time bank is going to take me a year at least just to manage to do the smart contract. So I'm still, we need to be very patient. I'm going to talk about time bank in the next 5 years, so don't worry.
Gotcha. All right. So and you can share briefly your last idea if you just want to share that and get feedback. Feel free. I mean, we probably want to kind of limit, but I mean, for you, and I don't know if there's anybody else. I mean, feel free to kind of share, and we'll try to give you quick feedback on your last idea here.
I love what Boyd have. If I can steal that or get a copy of that, I will love it to use in another project to raise funds.
Oh, okay. You're talking about the Boyd NFT.
The donation contract. Yeah, I could help you set it up.
Yeah, that's very nice.
Okay.
Yeah,
right.
Fundraising form would be awesome too. I could use that myself. Like the GoFundMe of the chain.
Yeah, that was a thinking.
And yeah, so I think there's the fundraising idea that with Philip and with NFTs, but just fundraising in general is always another organizational challenge for all projects. So I think funding and anything dealing with funding. And then there's also, we always have to be, aware of the legal considerations as well. So, but besides that, I mean, at least having conceptually like, an idea or a project around that, I think makes sense, because that's always a very important.
I mean, I think it would be easy to take it and to turn it into a service where anyone could just like put in some funds and set up their own instance of it, and it could be very easy to set up, But yeah, in terms of the legal side of things, once you start to scale it out, it could be a huge hurdle.
Yeah. And I think that's why, Philip, maybe you took the NFT approach, right? There was probably some legal kind of maybe benefits for doing it that way as well, right? I assume.
Well, I don't have any comments on that, unfortunately. So.
Oh, okay. All right. So so there's always kind of some legal hurdles for doing any kind of fundraising, especially in the U.S. Outside, it's actually not bad. But
yeah, we have no laws about that, so we can raise any amount we want here.
Yeah, so I think it's a lot more free in some of these any place outside the U.S. actually, but just more the developing nations there. It's a lot more open the US is the strictest by far. Like everyone in cryptocurrency, it's almost like the more natural thing is to just go outside the US. So that's what I would recommend, like on the legal standpoint. It's like, if you're here in the US, try to find, if you're really kind of doing anything fundraising related or anything in the gray areas. Yeah, it's unfortunately for us US citizens, we can't even get cryptocurrency accounts at a lot of these exchanges, right? So anyways, it's unfortunate. And then project wise, yeah, it's just yeah, I just
Yeah, that
recommend.
actually is true. A lot of offshore accounts and of offshore corporations and even foundations or NGOs are in Panama and in Costa Rica and a lot of countries around here. So that's something that happened.
Interesting. Okay, even traditional organizations are outside. So
we can give gifts to each other, though, right? Not everything has to be an entity fundraising, right? So, like, for example, I have a GoFundMe page for my dog's surgery, which is going to be ridiculously expensive, and people have been generously donating to it, right? So it would be really cool to have a page that is, that is for the tokens, not just the fiat, where I can communicate and allow people to transfer funds to. And you could say, well, I could set up an account and then, promote that, but it doesn't have the elements that cause people to give, such as the page. And if you have that technology for personal gifts, you could offer it to others who want to raise money for charity or things like that, and they could go through whatever their legal mechanisms are for handling and reporting and paying taxes on their money. But, when we say fundraising, sometimes we think about it as like entity and SEC regulations, but it could also just be sending money to each other. Like if we like each other's projects, right? Like, let's say it's going to cost $5,000 to franchise Lisa's coffee shop for a year, people might give to that. You never know. That could be a model.
Yeah, definitely. I think that's a good approach, just even from a legal standpoint, that donations are a different category that people can utilize for specific projects. Also, even Kickstarter Kickstarters are not regulated with the SEC or anything. So by pre-selling a product, especially like on Kickstarter, or pre-selling some sort of service on a blockchain, is different. It's actually, but this gets into a little bit more of a gray area, but it's actually, just think of Kickstarter on the blockchain. Those are fine. Really, like even in the traditional world, those aren't regulated. So people are pre-purchasing something, and so NFTs fall in that category where you're kind of purchasing a good or product or pre-purchasing something, and so that doesn't fall under. I think those are perfectly fine. Of course, you should, as they say, consult with a lawyer. But from as far as I can tell, there's no issues with that legal. So, but to be safe, I still say, whatever you're doing is like, and if you have the freedom and flexibility, the U.S. is just not the ideal jurisdiction.
I have free here, but by example, I was just thinking, what happens if I create a DAC or whatever to raise funds to create a real brick mortar business, then give back to these people, then help to bring the business real, like a royalty or some part of the gains. How legal or illegal is that?
Well, see, that again gets that there's some complications there, but like you say, if you do those kinds of projects, which I think is I think that there's going to be a similar types of systems like that, like a resurgence of ICOs outside of the US, where you could do something like that, where you have a project in Costa Rica, maybe it's a brick and mortar, like a small business that has compelling prospects, and someone else on the opposite side of the world wants to invest in it, and this technology allows that. It's really powerful. So all types of fundraising systems, whether it's NFT, social credit, or just ICO, I think outside of the US, I think you could still do those kinds of things. So yeah, and I see that as the future too. It doesn't have to be a cryptocurrency project. It could be a regular brick and mortar, business at a local area. And I think that's fantastic. I mean, you think about all the bigger opportunities you have in the developing nations to kind of bring up and infuse capital in a local economy to get it up to speed, so that it becomes more developed. There's just more, I think, more opportunity there for growth. So in general, so I see that as definitely a thing. And that, Lucas, I think that'll eventually happen, and this technology allows that. So we have a lot of ideas here. Maybe maybe we should do team building and then take a break. We'll split up into teams and then take a break. And then when we come back, maybe Jeff can share a little bit about systems design, and we could talk a bit about design thinking and customer journey maps that we have a resource for. But I think for now, maybe at this point, because it's flexible, people could break off and do kind of their own things. But it seems like people want to kind of probably break up into groups and just kind of work on these projects that we spoke about here. So we have a list. I mean, maybe we should just write it down. It'd be good to get a number of groups. You got 3, 6. I don't know how many are participating, but even we got 3, 6, 9, 12 here. So let's say 10 people are open to participate. That's about 3 teams, I think we could get. But what do you guys think? I mean, it really depends on what people are interested in, and I would say a team of 2 is probably the minimum. And the maximum, probably I would say 5 is just in terms of like my experience. I think it's you don't want anything bigger at this stage than that. But what are your guys' thoughts in terms of the teams and team sizes and these hackathon projects that?
Oh man, there's so many that I want to work on. It's gonna be hard to pick which one, which team to meet on.
Yeah, so that's the other thing. I mean the other thing, it's a little bit difficult to manage, but you could have a system where it's a little bit more like you have like a mercenary that can go from one group to another, or like a what do they call those? I said mercenaries, but what is another term?
Like a double agent.
Or double agent, or
I think you might be looking for rover.
Yeah, rover. That's another term, I guess. Is
we use the word jumper here in the Costa Rica.
Jumper. Okay.
Jumper. Yeah, that's the people that get a job into one call center the 3 months or the first month, and as soon as ends the trial period, jump to another job.
Okay. Okay. Jumper. No. So jumpers. Yeah. I don't know if that has any kind of connotation to that, but like maybe a freelancer. A freelancer might be also another term. Like,
I think that then we can do a spreadsheet with names of all of us, and we put what topic we like, and we see from there, because right now it's very hard to visualize what are the options and what I will like to.
Yeah, so let's do that. So okay, so let's pull up Miro. Let's just do it on Miro, I guess. Let's start up another Miro, and then let's do that. Let's so Dwayne, you're on Miro. Do you want to kind of, and then I'll share the screen. Do you want to do this? I'll maybe put it on the left-hand side of our.
I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Okay, sure. So I'm going to create a frame here, Dwayne. It's on the left side of the Miro. Do you see it? I'm putting a new frame. I don't know.
Yeah, you bet.
Okay, so and then you can put it in that, I guess. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to share my screen here. And then I'm going to share, and then Dwayne is on Miro too, so we can all watch here together. So Dwayne, you're on the, do you see my screen here? It's on the kind of left side of all the posties or sticky notes.
All right, one sec.
very cool. So I use these Post-it notes a lot. Maybe we could use Post-it notes. We could do anything. We could just list it. What do you think? Post-it notes?
Yeah, let's do it.
Okay, so you could go ahead if you can, and then, or I can help too. But yeah. So Dwayne's putting up a Post-it note. And what's the first project that comes to mind for people? People will start yelling them out. I remember. So Philip, your kind of fundraising, NFT fundraising, social kind of your fundraising idea, was that going to be submitted as one of the ideas, Philip?
Well, if you guys with your experience imagine that's something that could be submitted, yeah, of course, why not?
Okay. And what was what's the maybe how many words should you be able to describe a project in at its simplest form? Like, what's your one sentence or pitch on the project, or description of the project?
That would be let me just 2 seconds. Social credits for funding NFT DApp funding. NFT DApp funding.
Okay, NFT DApp funding. That's better. That's actually there's 3 words. So Dwayne, NFT DApp funding is one. We have DAC directory. We have NFT burn miner. I'm going to help you too, if I don't see it here, just to make this faster. And let me see here. This is sticky. So I think the DeFi dashboard is what I remember from John, and then the lottery. So lottery community lottery staking, I guess. Lottery staking. Let me know if you guys want me to change the wording on any of this. I'm gonna trust DAC. And Lucas's was it's similar to the trust deck, but it might be a little it's similar. So maybe put it together with some. Is that the same trust deck? Would that fall in the same category? Or Dwayne, is that kind of more similar to what you were thinking of? Because I know Lucas is talking about trust and reputation system, so it's very closely related to the trust deck.
Yeah, it'd be kind of one part of Lucas's, just kind of like the trust layer for maybe Time Bank or other things.
Okay, so you want, that's fine. We could call it trust deck. What else was there? I mean, Lisa had also, was it a franchise? Whoops. A franchise. That was just a concept. I think she was franchising. We have, what else? NFT debt funding. DAC director we have. So this is kind of Lisa's here, but NFT funding, DeFi, and maybe we could put it near each other just so that if there's some related ideas. What else? What other ideas do we have here? The language. I think there was a language project. What's the Lucas, how do you describe that in a few words, the language project? Oh, I think he's gone for now, or he's going to be back. We got franchising. What else was there? Are we missing any? Do you guys see whoops. And maybe we should just, what I'm going to do is try to bring these a little bit closer just so that we can, what was that?
Didn't John have two?
Yeah, I put DeFi dashboard in the community lottery staking. I think that's kind of how I described it. But is there a better, John, let me know if you want me to.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Okay. Are we, I don't want to, like, I'm just going off my memory here. So, and I'm kind of, I'm trying to, whoops. Let me see.
It's a shame we can't work on all of the projects, because with our diverse set of expertise, we could probably really make some progress.
Yeah, okay, so that's what I was going to talk about, like the freelance idea, because so one difficulty there is like when you're actually kind of dropping in, right? So like if we all break out like into 3 groups, then there's going to be an initial conversation, right? And then if you come in as a freelancer, you might be at one part of the conversation like at different times, right? So that's the more I guess difficulties just mechanically or procedurally or however you describe it. So that's the only thing. Other than that, I mean, I think that can work, but it's just the initial stages. It might be a little bit difficult. I don't know, but we could play around with that. I might freelance. I could help with different projects. I was thinking, I don't have to be like, doing anything specific. I can just try to contribute, and I think a few of us could be like that too. So, but then there should be people that are really like, okay, this is like, I'm kind of dedicating myself to these. So if we have a like maybe 2 or 3 groups of like that, and then the leftovers or whoever maybe can't choose or whatever, then we can have as freelancers or nomads. What do you guys think? So let's
another, there could be time scheduled like outside of today where people could, say, I'm going to do a brainstorming session for this, and then anyone could come. That's not really, I guess, built into the system at the moment, but theoretically, if you wanted to include potentially more people, and then everyone could come to all of them if wanted. But yeah, I agree. Someone has to take responsibility for figuring it out. But I do find it is harder, like not being a coding engineer, I find it is a little harder to carry the projects forward. I can do them a little more theoretically, or, and I'm happy to help brainstorm with other people. But when it comes to like actually building it, I'm not your man.
Okay. But, I think the first part, it's okay, Lisa, because I think at least for today, and I throughout, there's always ways you get feedback and you can discuss implementation ideas throughout the project. So I think there's a lot of things people can do, even if they're not programmers, especially, in the early stages where you're brainstorming and conceptualizing and doing things like a customer journey map and things like that. So I think so that part should be fine.
Hello, I'm back.
Okay.
I agree with you, because, by example, the directory from a developer point of view, if somebody asks me, everything is done, everything is ready to use, and maybe I am wrong because somebody like Lisa comes and says, no one works for me. No one is. It was being built by tech guys for and they forget about this, or we like to use in this way, then it's more easy, and we are lacking of that insight of something that the real people is going to use, because we only several times we create something that we are going to use ourselves. So that's a bias that we have.
Yeah, that's yeah, and that's what hopefully we can kind of help that process happen too, where people are thinking about the product and design beforehand, and so that would make even the development easier, where there's because a lot of the developers have to think about those things and discuss those things, and it's that whole process of designing the product kind of is part of that process. So, but once it's clear and there's a good design, wireframes, front end, like just concepts, then you could kind of build everything out from there. Like so let's put some names here. Like what like should we do? We should start with so I think, okay, so Lucas, how do we do this? So let's put just names here. So just put, I know Lucas, maybe Dwayne, Lucas and Dwayne are like, anyway, so maybe I shouldn't do that. Like, cause like, so, okay, so what, each person should pick their favorite project, and I'll just put the names beside it. So what's maybe starting from anybody, just what are your, I could kind of probably tell based on who mentioned the project, but
I was believing like a boat. Then we said.
Are you asking who run the project, or are you asking who wants to work on each project?
Who wants to work on like what project do people want to work on? What's their favorite project out of it? And then what I'll do is I'll put your name on each of the under the post-it notes. Maybe that's what.
Just really quick before that, I'm sorry, it's kind of loud here.
Okay. Oh, and actually, yeah, you could just put it in the chat window. I'm sorry, it's in the chat window. So Lisa says DAC rectory. Sorry. Philip said we had an analysis dashboard with tax refund forms. Who is doing that?
John's first one. You have it up there.
Okay.
The DeFi dashboard.
Okay.
Yeah, I was just gonna say though, what if the project owner wins, then are they expected to share out with just the people that are wishfully wanting to participate in these projects? I mean, I think we might come up with some rules first before starting this process, because if I want to work on all these and I participate, what's my how does that work? I think we should come up with some framework for that first.
Okay, so that's a good idea. So ideas are one thing, and then also kind of working with kind of having a good mix in teams is also another idea. So you can't, like, for there's a variety of reasons why they're why people kind of work on projects, right? So I think yeah, I mean, and then compensation incentives, we had a discussion on that. So I think there has to be a discussion early on when there is a team to decide a way to like for a project to allocate like the prize pool, right? Like, so when you do a project, you always want to come in and decide early on, are you going to split it evenly, or there's going to be a different weighting for each of the different contributions. So so that's a good point. So I think we should discuss that. I think it's up to the team, but it's up to the teams to form. So So I think maybe we should be independent. Okay, so let's say people want to work on these projects. I think we could identify that, like let's say 3 or 4 per group, and then that group has to decide how to split the prize pool. I think that's a very important point, and we should maybe. So what do you think, Max? Should we like split up into groups and then come together and then help each other decide like how to have those conversations? Is that something you think makes sense, Max?
Ben, real quick. Last time we didn't do it that way. Last time each person like said, this is my project, and then they went and did it. And if someone wanted to do it, they could reach out to the person who was running it and say, oh, I want to work on your team. But like,
so we could do that too. So the project idea, like whoever submits the idea gets to choose, I guess, the team, right? So, but they want to also know who's interested in the team as well, right? Who's interested in helping out with the team. So
even if I think, let's say it's a really good idea to burn NFTs, but I have absolutely no idea what I would do whatsoever to help or contribute towards that. And so it's like, well, if I say I want to do it and they're just being nice and say you can join us, they're essentially sharing the prize pool with me out of charity, right? Mm-hmm. And so I don't,
Okay, so let's go with so it may make more sense to just do it where all the people that have, so let's list the project kind of idea owners on the Miro board, and then people can request to be on the team, and if it makes sense, then they can join the team. What about that? Is that like how people let people propose like a good system? And Jason likes that idea. I think he says that's good.
Yeah, there are a couple things there that I don't think. For example, the trust. I don't see it like a project right now. I see it more like a philosophical topic, something that we can discuss, but we are not going to reach agreement or how to fix it right now. I believe that that's a topic that could take a lot more time than some other projects, than have more sense in a shorter term.
Okay, so Lucas, it's up to you, since I think that particular idea. Well, I think Dwayne also had a similar idea. So maybe Dwayne, if the DAC is a little bit different, I think then we should have probably put two post-its. But I think Dwayne could own the DAC trust concept, and then Lucas was the originator of the just trust and reputation feature project. But he says, okay, maybe that's more of a longer term project. So it's up to you. Whoever wants to submit that project for the hackathon. I think that's the purpose of this. So if it's not an idea that you want to kind of submit to the hackathon project, then we don't have to kind of leave it up on the board. Okay. So let's just start with the idea owners, and then we'll look at the Miro board, and then we'll just put the idea originators on there, and then after that, then we'll see like where where people want to kind of, which projects people want to help out with, and then we'll kind of consolidate. If there's not enough people, if it's spread out too much, then we'll try to kind of switch around so that people have at least a team, at least a team of 2, right? So NFT debt funding. So this is the originator is Crypto Rabbit.
Max, were you trying to say something? We keep interrupting you.
Oh, it's all good. It's just kind of loud here, so I'll try to squeeze it in. I was just thinking, we have a week before submissions are due. I think they're not due till the 10th, so we got some time to modify projects, come up, reform teams, or spend time outside of this as well.
That's true too. But so what do you think the team we can leave till later? Because the reason why I was thinking to have at least a general idea of teams first is that I think with the design thinking exercises is better to like each group doing their own projects for the customer journey roadmap, or if they participate in that. People could go off on their own and do like anything, but I figure if we're going to do the customer journey map, that people will have a specific project to work on, in a team rather than like, otherwise we just do one big project together, which is, we could do that too. I mean, I don't mind that. But what do you guys think? Just do the whole customer journey. We just pick one project and then everyone kind of contribute and learn kind of how to do a customer journey map on that one project, or
I'm voting for that idea, or doing one project as a group. As I told you yesterday, I would love to see something coming out of this effort, and maybe we can do something. Then, as you said, maybe it's not a final product, but it's a roadmap for doing something for the future.
I think I don't agree with that, because it's too hard to determine the contributions if we do it all as a group. So I'd prefer to do individual projects, then we can contact each other if we want to be on the team, and we can figure that out this week. But yeah, that's just my we could go through a process, one that maybe wouldn't be submitted. Yeah, that's my main concern.
Okay, so but what about the teams? So Lucas made a point and then Max made a good point. And what do you think about the process of team building? So do you think that needs to be done today then Max or anybody else? Like, because I was thinking, we'll just kind of break up into teams, or it doesn't have to. You have your own. You could have your own project or teams, right? Elise is laughing.
I think we should just post them. I think we should just post a list of like the projects and say, oh yeah, if you want to join it, then contact that person, and then they can contribute to that. Because I think there's probably some people that don't necessarily want to, share the project or add team members or anything like that. So
sure. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just put the idea kind of originators on the mirror board, and I mean, if it's up to people to like if that's a process, so that we'll leave it up there if people want to reach out to the that project kind of idea owner, then we'll have a mirror board that people can look to and just reach out to individually, maybe on Telegram. I think that might be fine. So, but let me do that. Let me finish at least that part then, so that people know who to reach out to. So this one, so the trust deck was, I think I put it Dwayne, that's kind of your idea, right? And then trust and reputation was, there was another related idea, was trust and reputation. We'll just put, but Lucas might not want to, but I'll just put that just in case people want to do that. So reputation system. So because it was slightly different, right? So I'm gonna just put Lucas here.
Yeah, it was more like the social scoring.
Oh, social scoring.
Yeah.
Social scoring.
Oh, ratings was the word I was trying to think of. I put review in the chat, but ratings was the word I was trying to think of too.
Okay, I'm going to start to use that word because I don't want to use a word that the people alienate or feel that is wrong or bad.
Social scoring does seem terrifying, and yet at the same time, we do need to be able to evaluate and validate people, right?
Yeah, at the end of the day, it's the same thing. We're just putting a nicer word.
Well, and who controls it?
All right. So we could take a snapshot of this, and then, just share this and share this to the group. And so people can figure out the Telegram channels, I think, from the names, I think. So so this will be our, let me put this in the, is it the DACathon channel, or what do we put it on? So anyways, I can do that later, but so, okay, so team building will be done over the coming days. So reach out to those. Let me go back to and just, so we have Philip Crypto Wabbit, NFT debt funding is the project. NFT burn miner, Max, DAC Rectory, Lisa, the Trust DAC, Dwayne, social scoring system, Lucas, DeFi dashboard, John, community lottery staking, John, franchising, Lisa, language project, Lucas. All right, cool. So those are it. I'm gonna kind of share this to everybody, and then reach out to the project owners to if you want to participate, and we'll go from there. So I guess you can have a project of one, but I figure let me yeah, it doesn't matter. Like what did we do last time with our hackathon? Was there were there any individual projects without a team? I think it's fine.
And then
I was alone, I remember.
Oh yeah, Lucas was alone. Okay.
Yeah, I think that's okay. And then if you come up with other ideas, I think it's all right to submit those as well. I like those surprises right at the end. We got some really incredible stuff at the last minute too.
Okay, so there's no deadline for submitting, is it? But does anyone object to having should there be a deadline, or could there be entirely different project kind of at the very end? Does anyone have any?
I think I have the cutoff date at 10 on the 10th. I think that's right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
so
agree
Max,
with Mr. Max. I'm agree with Max. We have to put a deadline so people will really work on something. And if I'm not sure how to present the information, so if we can have it's a standard or some way that we will then everybody present a project. So it's standard way then we can measure things.
Okay. Wait.
It's going to help with that.
What was that? Lisa.
So are we presenting, right? Or not?
So Max, I think the way we did it last time was we had a day of presentation. This time around, what we I think agreed on, at least tentatively, was that we'll allow video presentations and for people to review, all people's projects. So they don't have to be there live, but I think so. Max, I'm sure we can adjust it too. The value of having a presentation is that you get feedback from people when you present too. So I think it's very useful to have either a day or a time to be able to get feedback. Although you can do a video and have people write comments on the video as well, so you get feedback, but it's not live feedback. So anyway, so I feel like we could do a day of presentations.
So on Thursday I put the projects are due, and then what about Friday? Voting begins, prize pool ends, and then we could go over the projects then.
Okay, after the wait, it has to be before the voting, right? Ends.
Oh no, I'm saying voting starts on the 11th. Prize pool ends, and then so voting starts after we present all the projects. So yeah.
Okay, so are we gonna do like a day like this for presentations then?
I think that's a good idea. Originally, I was like, just another day could be a lot of work, but I think it'd be really fun.
Okay.
So yeah, I propose doing that at 1 p.m. on Friday the 11th.
Okay, and for those that aren't able to attend live, that's fine. You know, we'll you know, a video is fine. It's good to just maybe video record your presentation and just submit that as part of that. And we could also even give feedback based on a video as well. So I'm cool with that. You know, a short presentation, 10 minutes max, I would say, right? I think that would be great. Any thoughts or objections to the timeline that kind of Lisa wrote down on the chat window?
Before that, I copied and pasted it from the DACathon website, so I didn't make it up. But I just wanted to clarify. So the project submission deadline is when it's not just saying we're going to submit, it's the actual final submission, right? And that would include the video, is that correct?
The video of
station.
Okay, so Max, so what day is today? So
the 10th Thursday.
Oh, okay. So essentially, there's okay, and that's fine. I mean, if the voting begins on the 11th, then I figure, you know, yeah. So you have to present your videos by the 10th. That's fine. That makes sense.
Like, in other words, what do we have to submit on the 10th?
I think either at least your presentation and the video, or just, you know, you're submitting your project presentation video or any other supplemental documentation.
Okay, so you could submit your deck and then do the actual presentation live on the 11th too. Is that true?
Yeah, I think that works out great.
So either way, video, it's only a day difference, but okay, so so any project needs to be put together and submitted by Thursday at 1 Pacific, and then the presentations can be live or video, whatever the person wants. Is that correct, on the 11th?
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. All right, and then the voting. And then we have some time to watch. Like, if people aren't available, they'll have time to watch it and then come back and vote. Okay, cool. So the projects that we talked about, brainstorm today, in order for those to actually be official projects, they need to be submitted on the 10th, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair. So yeah.
And so if no one's interested in one of them or whatever, we just don't submit it, right?
And then super loud. Sorry about that, guys. One of my concerns is the voting process, and I'd just like to talk about that. I don't know whether to do one person, one vote, or just whatever tokens you already have. That's what you can stake to vote. I'm just wondering, Vlad, what are your thoughts? Because you put a lot of thought into consortium.
My thoughts on what?
So just on the voting process, if each user should have one vote, or if we should use our entire voting weight we have, or yeah, just curious what your thoughts are.
I think each user should have one vote, but it's up to the user how much voting power he would like to use. So I think it would be good to create for each project essentially one poll. So you could even split your voting power between multiple projects. So you can, yeah, I think that would be the best way. Because there's, since there's a limit for one poll to have 5 answer options, and I think there's going to be more projects, so it's better to have a poll for each project.
Or what if it's just determining first, second, third place in one question?
But you still you have to have in the answer option, you have to have the project, right? Or what do you mean? What would be the question in that case?
You have 3 questions. First question, who do you want for first place? Second question, who do you want for second place?
Oh.
Third question, who do you want for third place?
Yeah, that's a possibility as well. But then again,
yeah,
if you have in one poll you have multiple projects that you would like to vote for, you cannot do that because there is currently a limitation to have only 1 vote per poll. So it seems that the only option is to have a separate poll for each project. And then just the winner is determined who gets the most tokens, so to say, voted.
I
Yeah,
like that a lot.
The one thing though is that if you have it per project, then are we talking about some sort of rating system, or like it just kind of like user UX wise? So you have to, there's like 10 projects, and you select the you can vote.
You can vote for all of them if you want.
You can vote for all of them, like all 10 projects?
Yes,
or like,
you have your like voting power is equal to your DAC holdings. So if, for instance, if you hold 100 DAC tokens, you can give 10 projects 10 tokens. Or if you really like one project, you can vote like with 100 tokens for one project.
Okay. So that's an interesting way to do it. I'm fine with that. So first off, it's stake weighted. Which does anyone have any issues with stake weighted? I think there's some people that have more DAC tokens than others, but it's not that kind of overweighted. I don't think, right? With
Actually,
any particular person,
we have to decide what would you like to have as a determinant for the winner. The number that you see on the front end in consortium, that's just the aggregate, like the sum of all tokens voted. But actually on the back end, it's the square root. So we are using the quadratic voting to essentially to make the voting power of those people who hold a lot of tokens smaller.
Oh, okay. So this is already automatically quadratic voting then?
Yeah, on the back end.
Okay. So okay, I think that's fine. I mean, stake weighted is and quadratic stake weighted voting. So I mean, we could have discussions on kind of like different voting methods, but there's good things that people have to say about quadratic voting for sure. So, and stake weighted voting is also seems like another fine alternative rather than one per vote. One thing though, with any kind of hackathon thing, especially there's always the kind of when you have any kind of self-voting situation, there's always kind of potential issues with that, right? So usually like the judges are separate from the contestants and things like that. We don't have those measures. I don't think it's a big deal, but it's something to think about, right? Where like if you're also a judge on your own project, I think I'm fine with it, but it's something to think about. Where certain situations that might be something we want to avoid, right? So, but everyone, it doesn't seem like there's big kind of whales in our ecosystem that can influence the outcome too much at this point, right? What do you guys think?
It depends how the DAC token is distributed.
So how is it? Like, what's the distribution on the DAC token?
Sean's a whale.
John's the whale. Okay, then we might have to be careful. Yeah, he won first place, right? So that okay, so there might be issues there then. He's the whale.
Not to vote for yourself.
Where's John? John from Boyd. So yeah, I mean so that is like 12,500 tokens at least for first place if he's kept them all anyway. So what do you guys think? So how do we do that then? Like,
wait, are you allowed to vote for yourself?
So that's the other thing.
Oh, yeah, you should be able to, because otherwise you could just send the tokens to another account and then vote for yourself anyway. So why not?
So that's yeah.
Didn't we vote last time? 1 vote per person last time?
It came up, but I think it's yeah, I don't know. That still can be gamed in the future. If we start that now, it could still be gamed. You could just send 1 token to another account and vote for yourself.
But so Vlad, if we do a 1 person 1 vote, just to like make it, and I think people like that method too. Like stake weighted is another thing, but like for like a contest like this, is this just an honor system where like if someone over maybe even doesn't know the rules, they kind of do a stake weighted vote? Is there an easy way to do a 1 person 1 vote on consortium?
We can just agree that so the voting power is now taken from the tokens that you have staked. So there is an option to stake DAC token, and we can just agree that each person can only stake 1 token, so he will be only able to vote 1 time.
Okay. I mean, everyone here probably has this. I think we gave 429 tokens to all the participants, and maybe even the new people here. We gave some tokens, so we could have some sort of limit. It doesn't have to be 1 token, so they could spread it around a little bit, right? So we could make a stake weighted, but we could allow, let's say, 400 tokens or something to be.
I was thinking 3 tokens. So you want to vote the 3 tokens into the first prize, you do it, or you give 1 to each one of your likes, but only 3 tokens.
Yeah, there's so many ways to do this. It's kind of fascinating. It's
Maybe
like a simple thing.
For amount of projects, for example, like if there's 5 projects or 7 projects, give each project leader that many tokens weight, and then everybody else just gets 1.
So staking, wait, just really quick, staking would be dependent on how many projects then? Is that what you're saying? So if there's 10 projects, then we stake 10 tokens?
Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, or something like that.
So
didn't we have it last time that just the people who registered for the DACathon voted?
Well, the last time was we had judges. We had judges that voted.
There were judges for 3, but there was, or for 2 of them, I think, but there was also
true. Yeah.
The People's Choice Award.
There was a People's Choice Award.
Well, we're also, I hope MetaDAC decides to give out DAC tokens to the participants before voting occurs. So I'm going to put in a proposal for that, just to make sure that all, there's enough tokens for all the attendants to vote as well this time around.
Okay.
Okay. So everyone has to vote, not just registrants. Is that right?
Anyone who has DAC tokens should be able to vote.
So do we have an obligation to communicate to them?
Yeah, I mean, I think all those people are in the MetaDAC group or DACathon group.
So there's no way to communicate associated with the token, right? We have to put it in a communication channel.
Yeah, I mean, and the communication channel is probably the main way. You can probably send them what they do is a small amount to of something to each of the accounts and then send a memo message to each. I mean, they do that sometimes, but yeah, it's mainly the Telegram channels that we can communicate with people with the tokens. So, what do you guys? Someone throw out a number that makes sense, and I don't think people will have an objection unless it's you know. I think there's a lot of flexibility. I think there's whether it's 10 or 100 or whatever. I think people are usually pretty good with it.
If there's 3 questions on consortium, and the 3 questions are who's first, who do you want to vote for first place, second, and third. If I just stake 1 DAC token, I can vote 3 times, correct?
Well, the problem, but there's a problem with that, Dwayne, because you can only have up to 5 questions for each of those. So Vlad was saying proposing we do 1 question for each project.
Okay.
So,
but sorry to interrupt, but then Vlad, it is for every token you get a vote 3 times. Is that correct?
Nope. So only 1 token, 1 vote, essentially. So if there's, 1 token, 1 vote.
Yeah, this thing, because it's either you're either voting for the 3 or it's just whoever gets the most, but you might have more of a chance of the tie if it's just whichever gets the most of 1 vote.
Yeah, that's a tough one. To make it extremely fair, we would have to say on your honor stake, X number of tokens, and that's hard to enforce. It's almost like there would need to be some whitelisting or something, but that's a pain to force that. Like, oh yeah, you can't vote unless you only stake 10 tokens or something like that. So I'm tending to go with Jeff's idea of like, for however many projects end up being submitted, we say, oh yeah, you have to stake this many tokens, and then just to be extremely fair, and then everyone would have the same number of votes, unless someone makes a secondary account and cheats the system.
I think it would be fairly easy for me to set a limitation on a backend. So I check if somebody votes with more than 10 tokens, then the vote would not go through. That would be pretty easy to do.
That would be awesome. Well, then I think we should figure out what that number is. Maybe cap it now, or I think capping it earlier is just easier. So maybe cap it like we each get I don't know, 100 votes or something, because everyone has at least 100 DAC in their account.
I'm fine with that number. I think, as everyone has 100, so that, that's a good threshold. Then, and people can really, if they want to spread it around, they can do that, right? They could spread it around to 10 different projects if they wanted. So that's enough tokens to do that, right? So 100 tokens, everyone will have 100 tokens here. So any objections? So Lisa says, registrants get DAC tokens before the 10th. So
yeah, I'll send out a proposal. I'll submit proposals tomorrow to get all the participants those the tokens, so we can sign them definitely before the 10th.
I think you might want to do all 3 of these scenarios, because I think we have to approve, like the people who submit the projects, they would need to get them. I'm not sure when.
Well, the project submitters, we can give them after the prizes, or at the same time as they get the prizes, so it's like a bonus.
Okay, right, okay.
You guys okay with that?
Yeah, I'm fine with that. So 100's on the table. Is there any objections to that? 100 tokens. Okay, so there's no objections. 100 is good. So cool. All right, cool. So we have that. Thanks, Vlad, for giving us kind of all the insights on the consortium. So all right, great. So we have at least some project ideas right now. We've have clarified a lot of the voting mechanics and the schedule, which is great. And we should probably take a break. It's already 4. I know coming back, Jeff, you're outside right now, but you still have availability, because I think Jeff was going to share a little bit about systems and I was thinking, I was terming it like problem and gap analysis when we were out of the conversations we had yesterday. So maybe he can share his thoughts and ideas about some of the ways we could think about our project or any of these projects that you guys are going to work on. And then afterwards, if you guys are available, we could do design thinking and customer journey maps for those that want to. And for that, maybe we just have one group do one idea. It doesn't have to be a hackathon related idea. It could just be one idea that we come up with together and go through the process. And then after that, when you guys break up into teams, you guys can use the same concepts and apply it to your project if it's useful. So what do you guys think? Sounds good?
I love that, because I'm not sure how to present the project. So I would love to do that.
Okay.
Just to give me a sense, how late are we going tonight?
Yeah, so what do you guys think? Like, cause we're running up on time. It was supposed to be 1 to 5. So these things usually can take a lot longer. So we'll try to shorten it so that, like, I mean, if you do this whole customer journey map, I think it's a few hours if you did it like the right way. But I think what we could do is we could go over it almost like a summary version of it and try to do things quickly. So I would say we come back at 4:30 here, another hour and a half, so 6. I know it's it's a long thing, and it's voluntary. I mean, this is just an exercise for people who think, hey, this could be useful for their projects. Otherwise, people could just start on their own projects and kind of get going. So this is maybe like an optional.
Who wants to be the guinea pig first, just to see if there's someone that wants to try this with their project?
Yeah, see, the one thing with choosing a particular project is then it's like everyone's kind of working on that project already, right? So that's like it's.
We can do the DAC rectory. I don't need to do that myself. I'd really love everyone involved in that, because it's really, it's not like about me say. So if you want to do that one as an option, I know every single person here has something of value to add to that too. Okay. So yeah, I think that's an idea. And then maybe, I don't know if other people like, if no one else.
The language idea, I want to do it like a worker proposal for KROWN. Okay. So it should be just a short description of what is the idea and how KROWN or I'm not sure. I'm pulling KROWN into this, but I'm not sure if you guys want to do it. But let's say a community wants to adopt this idea. So how we present to them a general description of how to do it. Dwayne have the right words to describe the idea, so I will require Dwayne to help me to write it down. I believe that will be.
Okay, so Lucas, we can consider that as well. And when this is, the customer journey map is more just for clarification, it's like it's a brainstorming of what the user experience is like when they interact with your product. So it is a product design kind of exercise where you look at, you're essentially looking at the customer and looking at your product in his shoes to see what is his experience, what is his interactions, and starting with what we discussed yesterday, what is the problem, right? And so just to make sure that everything kind of fits in the overall product design. So I think that's essentially what the exercise should help out with. So it's actually a product exercise, not so much specifically about presenting or communicating your ideas, which is probably can assist in that, but it's more of actually a product design exercise. So
I understand.
okay, cool. So yeah, we
By
can
the
come
way,
back.
We could include that into the directory. Like, yes, I'll do informational sessions or language practice or things you're willing to do. We could put it there, and then people could schedule those. Just a thought.
Yeah. I think that there's a lot of variety of different ways to use the DAC directory, and so maybe that's that's part of the reason I think this exercise can help to kind of narrow down and focus on a specific interaction and UI UX for the product. So so what do you guys think? So I guess we could come back and we'll try to 4:30. Let's say like 15, let's say 4:40, and then we'll try to go to, I know it's long, but let's say let's do, I don't know, I think we at least need an hour and a half. So I would say an hour and a half. So let's say come back 4:40, and then just so we have a little bit of a longer break, and then say a 30-minute break, and then 4:45, and then an hour 15, which is 6 o'clock, end at 6. So an hour 15. What do you guys think? After, is that cool?
I mean,
Yeah.
Or yeah.
I'm
actually our break. Like I'm thinking like yeah. Let's play it by ear. We'll shoot for 6 ending, with a 30-minute break, so we'll kind of be refreshed. And if we need a little bit longer time, people can stick around. But we'll try to kind of do a 1 hour afterwards. So, and then Jeff, you could start up. You can share with us right when we come back at 4, let's say 4:45. Just maybe you could share your thoughts about systems thought, and again problem and gap analysis and things like that. So, what do you guys think? Cool. All right, sounds good, guys. All right, see you guys in 30 minutes or 4:45.
All right, sounds good. See you guys in a bit.
All right, take care, guys.
Hey guys, I just went out for a quick errand, and if I drop out of the call, my battery might die, but I'll be back home real soon, so I'll get plugged back in. And in the meanwhile, I can listen in on the conversation and hop in if there's any need to.
Sounds good, Jason. All right. So I don't see Max here, and I wonder if anybody else is. We should probably ping the group here. Say we're gonna start in a little bit.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hola, hola.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Welcome back. So we'll get started here. Just in a minute or two. I think we got most everybody here from our last session. Might be one or two people we're kind of missing here. Jeff was supposed to be here to chat a little bit. Let me ping him to see if he's going to be joining us here soon. So. I know he was outside, so. See if he's going to join us here real quick. And also put the website for I would say the resource that I think could be very helpful for you guys when fleshing out the ideas for any of your projects. It's by an organization called IDEO, and they're a very well-known design firm that helps companies build products, customer experiences, and things like that. They worked with Apple for when they were, I think, designing or the Apple mouse back in the 80s, I think, and from then on they you know, I think they did a variety of projects with Apple as well, but they're also getting into cryptocurrency, and I know a lot of cryptocurrency projects are teaming up with IDEO for their projects, and I think it's great to have a very user-centric and design-centric company to help, especially because cryptocurrencies are so difficult to use. It's important to focus on the consumer, right? So we're waiting for Jeff and John, I think, or the two. Is there anybody else maybe we can ping just to see if they're here. So so it seems as though Jeff saw my message, so I think he might be joining us. I don't know if John had to take off. John Boyd. And so yeah, so let me go to the website here so that you guys can just check it out. And in the meantime, and I think it might just be good to just go over it. I was just looking at their website. Sometimes it's just good to see what they have. And I was thinking about a particular exercise that they have. They have a lot of exercise here. So maybe I can even share my screen just to show you guys. But here's the website. It's called designkit.org. And let me share. I'll just share my screen. I'm just going to go over just some of the things while we wait for. So this is the website. You can hear, they have a section called mindsets. I haven't seen this, but they have different people talk about different ideas. Learning from failure, make it, and creative confidence. And anyways, they seem to have some basic videos that discuss particular topics. Methods is what I was checking out. There was an exercise I did way back that I can't find here, but this is essentially a resource and tools for people to use as a guide when they're developing their products out. So you go from inspiration, how do you get inspired, ideation, how do you and they have different sections where you just click on that might make sense for your particular stage, this particular stage you are in your project. So and I was going to actually cover the journey map, and then it goes in implementation. So anyway, so this is a nice process to follow. They have descriptions, let's say go to journey map. A journey map allows you to identify and strategize for key moments in the product, experience, or service you're designing. They give you a framework, some steps, and you just go through it. And they reference previous steps that you probably should go through before you get here, but they're all part of this website where you can just refer to just all the different methods. So we can do this. We can probably run through this quickly. I'm trying to figure out what I was thinking the journey maps might make sense to do. And so if we go to that, then it's let's see, it's good. It's ideation, journey map. They tell you how long it should typically take right up here, suggested time, and then it, it gives you the steps. So these are good exercises to follow. They have a lot. Depending on, again, where you are, what stage you are, what type of product it is, you can use a lot of these methods to help you out. They have like define your audience. This is always very important. And if you click on that, it says, consider the broad spectrum of people who will be touched by your design solution. And again, they have steps, suggested time. And then you go to the ecosystem mapping worksheet here they have links to all these different resources. They say any product, you have, if you look at this, you have the user starts here, and then you figure out what goal the user's trying to achieve, what kind of experience or feeling, or and so, but not only is the user important. If you look at this, the community around the user is important. The services around the user is important, and the institutions. And so then you go to the community, So you have a user, but the user also has a community. And how does this community kind of affect that user that you're trying to build a product or service for? What services does the user need to achieve their goals? So this is part of it. And what institutions, what systems and policies affects this particular user? So anyway, they have different frameworks to look at user experience and a customer when you're trying to design for a particular audience. So you want to define who you're building the product or service for, then look at the user and look at, in their shoes about the various factors that an environment that they're in, whether they're in a community, whether they have some restrictions from institutions outside of them. So these are very good tools to take a look at and use for designing your product. And so it's something that most people kind of do on their own, but they don't have a framework or guide or resource to do. So this is always, this is a very good resource to go over. So again, ideation, inspiration, ideation, implementation is how they go about with that. So let me see if Jeff is back here to make sure. Let me stop my screen here. So John from Boyd is back. We don't have Jeff. Jeff was going to talk to us a little bit about some system ideas. Like we talk about problems. Everything starts with a problem. We're trying to solve problems, and any product or solution is solving that. And particularly those with the greatest pain points are the ones with the fastest traction. You solve a big problem, people are really going to be eager not only to use your product, but to pay you for your product. So the bigger pain point you're solving, naturally you're going to get quicker traction. So starting from the problem is always the key part. And in our unconference yesterday, we did that. We looked for the biggest challenges, the biggest problems, and then from that, the next step was to solve that and build something to solve that. And that's what the hackathon projects are doing. Like, so whatever your project is, think about the problem it's solving, and then I think one other good exercise to have is to describe it in a sentence and put the framework on the user that is using your product, so that you can, and also specify the user. So, a lot of products can seem pretty broad, and you could say, oh, anybody could use it, right? But you want to identify those that are the most eager to use your product. So it's so be specific. You have an example, right? So and maybe we could just start with this DAC directory. So Lisa, since you're, I don't know if there's any objection since we're using this as kind of this example for the exercise, you know, maybe we could start with that, you know. Number one, what problem?
Objections, but if it's possible to do it with both, or it's too confusing to do that directory and language at the same time.
So, so Lucas had a question here real quick, but can you repeat the question, Lucas?
We can do both at the same time, or it's too confusing?
So okay, so Lucas wants to do his project as well. So maybe we have to just, so you have the language project, right? And then we have the DAC directory project. We could do both at the same time. Maybe you know, so we can do this together for. I think it's fine. So let's do both at the same time. And so
if it gets too confused, we can withdraw language and we keep with the DAC directory, because I know that's bigger scope. Okay.
So I think it's a good idea. Again, this is pretty informal, and so what we'll do is we'll look at how the problem is described for different projects. So I think we can multitask a little bit here. I think 3 might be a little bit much. Yeah, actually, you know, people go ahead and, you know, think about it. If it's your project, think about like how you kind of think about this. But maybe we'll just cover these 2. Does anybody else like? You know, this is just an exercise. This is just more of a example, and it's not like, it's pretty informal.
I find it so difficult to design 2 different things at the same time. I mean, my brain just is very limited in what I can focus on. So I'd prefer to just do one at a time. And if we have enough time, we could do the second one. But I think, just putting a lot of energy into one would be, because otherwise you're going to be bouncing around, and it's just easier from, you know, if you want to document it really well as well. I think it's just focusing on one would be preferred.
Yeah, this is an example. This is more about.
I have no problem.
Yeah, this is a process that, you know, and we're just kind of summarizing at a high level. We're not getting in depth, but still, I think it's just the idea that hopefully you can incorporate into your process or your project. So hopefully, you know, it's more about just learning how the process works more so than anything specific about you know, the project we're working on. So. And you know, we're kind of going through this. I mean, you could attack it in different ways. These are just tools and resources for you guys to think about, like, because a lot of people don't think about design thinking or product thinking. That they kind of do it intuitively. They do it without like a framework, and that's okay too. But they're doing like to have a framework actually can be a good resource, at least to think about what's out there. So. So what do you think? Is that cool, Lucas? We can just start with maybe Lisa, the DAC directory for now. And then...
I have no problem. I just was making the suggestion, but if it's more important, then we focus on one. I'm agree with Max on that.
Yeah, and then you could kind of write down stuff on your own to think about, like also like another project too, you know, on your own, and just say, okay, this is like. You know, so you could do it on the fly, like as we go through this. So
I will do that.
Okay. So I think the biggest thing is like, what problem? It's always like, what problem are we solving, and have a statement about that. So maybe Lisa, you can kind of share with us kind of a statement of the problem first.
I need expertise in my DAC project. Who do I contact?
Okay.
That's the problem I'm trying to solve.
Okay, I need expertise in my DAC project, and who do I call? Okay. So, okay, great. Usually, you know, the problem is, you know, people have their own problems that they're trying to solve, and that's great, because that's, you know, the easiest or the most useful for people to solve the problems that they're confronting. So that's oftentimes the start of a startup project. It's like, how do I solve it myself? And then a lot of other people have the same problems I do. So how do I find that? Go ahead.
I just wanted to touch on why this is also important too, because inherently I think we feel it's important, and when we go through it and it resonates, it's like we know it's important. But if you think about it, let's say you wanted to like market a message, a product, a service to someone, and it could be anyone. And just say it's the United States, that's 330 million people, and you could say, well, what is the cost of getting my message to a potential, buyer, let's say, or user? And so if it was $10, forget it. Even $1 is $330 million. And none of us have that, right? So we have to start saying, well, who would really value this the most, right? If we're solving a problem, who really has this problem? And then even more specifically, like, who are they? Where do they hang out? Where can I find them? And then how are they going to hear me, right? These are all these kinds of things that we have to explore and figure out to get it right and to narrow it down to a reasonable number of people, right? So, like, if I said, hey, are you involved in DACs? Are you involved in DACs? And I went to, all 7 billion people on Earth, that would be impossible, right? And so, but if in some Telegram groups and some this and some that, like, here's where people tend to be, I know I can go there and target my message. But if I don't know who they are or where they are or how they talk or what they think about or what they value or most importantly, what problems they're trying to solve, it's impossible to scale, or acquire and grow in a scalable fashion a user or customer base. So that's why it's so important, and that's why, and not to mention it helps to get the product right, which I think is why most people do it. Who's going to use the product and what do they value in that and what would resonate them? Because there's so many things that, a couple little buttons here and there can throw off the user experience, but you don't know which those are ahead of time. So the more you can do to prepare before you, especially if you're spending expensive resources such as rare engineering, then it's like really important to think through as much as possible. So I just wanted to make a case for why it's important. But if you want to keep just guiding us down the path, June, and we can respond. I could throw out the first thing that comes to mind, and then other people can jump in, or however you want to do it.
Okay. So since you kind of originated the idea, and I think everyone has kind of similar experiences with that. But no, that's great. And then you kind of covered a lot of the points, of the thought process to do that. So DAC directory problem, I need expertise to help my DAC project. So that's the problem statement. And then maybe the audience. So like you just mentioned, there could be millions of people that need this, but then we have to kind of narrow down that scope. So at least as a, we could extend beyond, but just at least to simplify things for now, which audience do you think and everyone can kind of assist in this is the audience that you think is most appropriate, or who has the kind of greatest need or feels that this is the biggest problem for them? You said it's pretty specific since it is DAC projects, but I mean, you could, just think about it more. It doesn't have to be, that specific, but what's your target audience? If you could,
I beg to differ. I'd say it has to be as specific as possible, because trust me, I'm inclined to say anyone who knows what DAC means, anyone who's watched a YouTube video on DAC, but we can get there later, because what's really important is that the people who are or have been involved in DAC projects have access to each other, right? Because these are, like Max says, building the pipes, for the city. These are the projects that need to be able to happen and foster. And so, for example, if we need a directory, how do we get that done? How am I going to convince someone to code that, or figure out how we're going to configure other solutions? And so that's really essential. If the people who have identified, in order to make DACs standardized enough that people can come in and use them who haven't spent years trying to figure it out, right? If those people are the people in DACs now, then we ought to make sure, theoretically, that whatever resources are there for them to do that, and each other, to do that, are there. So it seems that this is one of those things. This is one of those things. And then they can, bring other people into that fold. And once someone, maybe at some point when someone works on a DAC project, it's like, okay, now you can be on the DAC directory, kind of like SAG or something, like you get a screen credit if you're in a movie. But like that now you've worked on it. Now you know there's proof that you at least know what DAC or DAO means, and a little bit more.
Okay, great. So
I want to add something. I was seeing a DAC directory something more simplistic. Maybe I was wrong, but I see a directory just like a place to trade people, to trade their skills, so the people can come and marketing themselves and say, yeah, I'm in the KROWN directory, because I don't see this as a global one central point directory. I'm seeing like a plugin into a DAC that already exists. Let's say KROWN have their own DAC, and they put there the plugin, and the people of that DAC of KROWN come and says, yeah, I know about DACs, and I know about marketing, and I know about programming. And anybody in the internet, when they search for people that know about DACs and programming, they will be listed because the search engine lists this information because it's public information. So for me, I'm seeing this very simplistic. Maybe I'm wrong, but I'm seeing just like a public database.
Okay, so that is such a great thing you said for so many reasons. And if I could just respond to it for a minute, and I'll let others as well, of course. But okay, so first of all, yes, I agree with you. It is that. It is a listing, right? And so it's a listing. So who gets to view it is one question. Who gets to be in it, right? So, I should have done those in the other order. Who gets to be in it is first. And those are, the people who have worked on DACs, right? So we could try to figure that out. There's, like we were posting earlier, lists and stuff like that. But then there's the who gets to view it, right? Okay, so it's public. Fine, maybe that's one option. The other is that if you're in the directory, you could view it. Because if you think about it, well, DAC people need other DAC people. Do I want it publicly available on the internet? Do I want it like search and find when people are looking for it? Or, if John gets 500 emails a day, is he maybe going to be overwhelmed from, recruiters looking for engineers, right? So I don't know. I don't have necessarily an opinion, public or private, but the concept of when you search in Google and it comes up, that is a perfect example of why you need the journey map or path design or audience definition, because you have to know if you're marketing this to the general public or if you're marketing this to the DAC audience, right? Otherwise, if you build it, if let's say you end up doing it for the DAC audience, the people who are in the directory, and then you put it, you say, well, I built it so that the search engines can find it. It's like, wait, I built it to not match what our audience goal is, right? So that's just, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm just saying that's a perfect example of exactly why we do a journey map.
Yeah, it's a couple things over that. One is that this could be a business. It could be a directory than again with the, sorry if I keep bringing KROWN, but that is my more easy way to express myself. Maybe you correct me if I say something wrong, but KROWN can come and say, yeah, we have the plugin, we have the directory, but we only allow people that have 1,000 KROWN to be allowed to write themselves into the directory, and we are going to charge 1,000 KROWN for somebody to search that directory. So it can become a business itself, has a software for the future. That was a general idea that I just got. I don't know if that could be part of the journey map.
Yeah, I got an idea of defining, like, I think we need to define the problem or problems, but keep those pretty narrow, and then the solution. And I think of like for some reason these like on Steam It, where you would get these rewards without even really knowing you're getting these rewards. You just, like, I searched, because I saw them once before. I'm like, what? I earned all these badges and all these awards. I feel like the DAC directory, if we build something to solve the problem of like knowing who's valuable in the community, because it's hard to really know unless you see the engagement and participation. In KROWN, we got these incredible metrics from Gary from Boyd, and it shows like who is submitting proposals, who was signing proposals. Basically, you could, from looking at the metrics, you could kind of guess who is the most active and who is the most engaged. And I think just saying that someone's a member is hard to know if they're really valuable. It's kind of like, in a traditional corporation, there's a major problem of knowing, like, are these VPs effective, or are they just like doing drugs on their yacht and just collecting passive income from the project? So I think with the cool thing with DACs that it already solves in the traditional world is like you can actually determine who's adding value to that community. And so with a DAC directory, I kind of envision a way to solve this problem within our DAC communities, is like, oh, these are the people that have are the most active and the most engaged and adding the most value, and kind of you list everyone. I mean, this is all public data. We wouldn't we don't necessarily have to like get that user to even sign in and put the data. We can aggregate that and say, oh, these are the people that are most active within these communities, and these are the leaders. And if they want, then they can add metadata to that profile or to that account. So you're, so they basically sign in with their private key. They can add in those, their name, their contact. And then if they don't want to be contacted, they just don't sign in. They don't put the information in there. So it's kind of, I'm just thinking of a way to kind of mimic what's already been done with like those Steam It badges or those Hive badges, where you award them for participation. I mean, that's a lot. I'm kind of defining the problem and solution, but yeah, just curious if you guys see anything there. And by the way, Jeff's trying to get in the meeting, Dwayne.
That's really interesting, because it would be awesome if you could combine that technology roll-up of all this, publicly available data, but then also allow a person to post information or other people to add reviews with that person's permission. Because there are a lot of people who build in the community but don't show up in the groups or doing transactions and stuff like that. And so, are you okay?
Oh no, I was my studio mate just showed up and we have no internet, so yeah, I'm okay. Sorry, continue.
Okay. I wasn't sure if you were responding or if you were doing something else. Okay. Yeah. So anyway, but that, like, there's some people who don't want, like, there's people who have like shown me their resumes or told me what they do, and you're not going to find that anywhere. But it's like, oh, if it was this situation, it would be really cool to call on them. And they wouldn't mind if other people in the community called on them, right? Message them, whatever. So I think it would be nice if people could choose if they want to post information or links or message for, call me for this, or things like if they're willing to do things like, let's say that there's a promotion, DAC Rectory is going to have a promotion for, the language project, right? Then it could be like, yes, call me for the, go into your directory and update if you're willing to do the language project during January, right? And then they could go do that, and certain people could see it and things like that. It would be a really fun blend of like the automated data coming up along with like that human interaction.
All right, so I think this is great that these ideas are all kind of part of it, and it's kind of a mix of solutions and features and so and then you could go so many different ways, right? The more kind of ideas that are out there, they're probably tailored for a specific type of audience. And then if you adjust the audience a little bit, maybe some other features start to become even more valuable. And then the idea is maybe with this project kind of focusing on an example audience where you can actually describe the age, the gender, the kind of the project, and Lisa says, I need someone to engineer the directory.
That's the project. I mean, it's just like any other project would have a need like that. I'm using that as a specific example, right? I'm not saying I need it, but I mean, I'm just saying that's a specific example, right? So if someone's working on a project, I know from Tech Coffee, it's the most common thing that people come looking for is engineers. The second most common thing is investment, right? Very rarely does someone come looking for someone who does Facebook ads, but that is on the list way down. So, or journey maps or things like that, right?
Okay, so Lisa's an entrepreneur looking, I don't know, this is just a good, looking for an engineer. And you're right, well, I think this is...
But that is more like a job posting. It's not like a directory.
No
and by
job.
that way...
Well, hold on. I think let's focus on what you're asking. You asked for a specific example
of an audience, yeah.
Who needed a project done.
Well,
so I'm giving
like an ideal, like who's your ideal? This problem of needing this directory, right? Who's the ideal customer? Like, and you're kind of like trying to solve your own problem. So I'm just saying, okay, well, you're an example. So, but maybe we can describe an example.
Yeah, I clearly confused everybody. I wasn't trying to say I need an engineer. I was trying to use that as an example. So let's go down the list of everyone. Okay, so Lucas is doing a time bank. So he would have a, need for various roles or advice or brainstorming or people to work on the time bank, right? So just take any of the projects that we were talking about today. Each one of those is the example of the DAC project where we might benefit from having someone else on the team. There might be, one or two cases where the team is set, they don't need anyone else. But they might even still encounter an issue where they want to run it by someone, and they're used to running it by their friends, right? Which is fine, but it might be nice to have permission to run it by other people too, or as it grows, and meet people that way, of course, too.
Okay, so is entrepreneurs a common theme for that user kind of? Is that a term like what? We're all entrepreneurs. Or is there a better term to use than entrepreneurs like that? We'll use the directory.
I have a big question here. Mm-hmm. Is a directory of people or is a directory of projects, or could be both?
People. There's already directories of projects.
Okay, and it doesn't have to be Lisa. I'm just using an example, so we could make up a name too. So like, I don't know.
Yeah, right now I see people, the way that's done in Telegram, people propose an idea and then they say, oh, that's cool, that's a good idea. And then it continues in that main thread. I've seen this many times in the main EOS chat. At one point, there was like 70,000 people in there. And then the admin says, hey, like, we're going to kick you guys out unless you make your own room. So then they go make their own room and then draw more people into it. And so you have this kind of decentralized way that those projects are formed. But with something like a DAC directory, you could have like valid profiles of people that are actively in those communities. And then, if they're seeking information, then you have them to, you could ask them a question in there, or you could, just send them a message in this profile. Or, I mean, they may not even want to use this platform to do that. They might just want to, use it to send them a message on Telegram or whatever. But I think that's, the way that stuff is being built right now seems to be people throw out this idea, and then, you know, if you're interested in working on it, that's kind of how it's formed. I know DAC Cafe had some oh man, I was just seeing if we get some feedback on how that was launched. But yeah, that's kind of the idea of how I've seen those communities form. So I don't know if that's useful to the conversation.
I have some thoughts because it sounds like, I mean, what everyone is describing here is basically just a job board, but specifically like aimed at a specific community. And the problem with like job boards is that, you know, they're basically a social network. So they're highly reliant upon the size of the user base, you know, I mean, and there's lots of online job boards, you know, there's probably tens of thousands of these, you know, different job sites. And most of them are not great. I mean, because they don't have much content, or they don't have the people you're looking for, right? Because maybe, you know, they're too broad, right? So I don't know if maybe the solution is like something extremely focused, but I'd be worried that there wouldn't be, you wouldn't have the critical mass of users, so people wouldn't check, or people wouldn't keep it up to date, you know, because it's like, why? There's only a few people browsing or whatever. And so that's my first issue. And then my second issue is that DACs they're more like a nonprofit as opposed to a company. Most often they're like community led, and, you know, the primary motivation of the people in the DAC is generally not like to just get a payout at the end of the day. And there might be some payout, right? But a lot of times it's very early, it's very speculative, and people really are fueled by the vision. They're, you know, that's what they believe in, the vision, as opposed to, oh, I can make this much money doing this, I can make that much money doing that. So really, like, the idea of like trying to headhunt someone to join your DAC just sounds completely wrong. It's like headhunting someone to join your chess club or something. It's like, if they care about your project, they will find you. And the best people, like I always say, like, the best people to hire are the people who would work for free, or like you would hire them or you would fire them and they would come into work the next day because they would rather be there than anywhere else, right? And those types of people will find your project, as opposed to you trying to convince them to join your project. So I would actually turn the whole concept on its head and make it a place for people to find DACs to join and contribute. So the DAC would actually post, you know, what they need, and then people could, you know, follow up. And it really shouldn't be focused on the kind of monetary reward, but it should be focused more on selling the big picture vision of the project itself.
Yeah, I think that's a very good perspective to kind of balance with this idea. Lisa, if you want to respond.
Yeah, it's interesting because the reason it came up was at the first DACathon. I think 3 different people asked me if there was a list of the participants so they could see who did what. And that is where the idea was born. So it wasn't about jobs, and I hadn't thought of it as jobs, but more like a listing of each other and some reference to what we do, so that, first of all, we know it's who we saw in that group when we were talking or whatever, and more about it. And the other thing is, I think in reflecting upon, I don't know if I remembered exactly correctly, but who asked me about it, they were people definitely involved in the community working on stuff, but maybe not like the most famous people, like that everyone knows, right? And so maybe kind of new, or just working on one project or something. And so just kind of trying to figure it out. And I was kind of new myself, so I'm trying to figure out, like, okay, wait, is he the one who worked on this, or is he the one who worked on that, right? But you do bring up a good point of the messaging too, because that was one of the reasons, like, I was trying to invite people to DACathon. And you could say, well, I was spamming people, but pretty much someone knew everyone, which is how I knew to reach out to them. But I was looking, and I did find some DACs to say, hey, do you want to be involved and stuff like that. But you could look at it like it's spam or, you know, but it's so targeted. Like there's not that many people in the DAC community. Like there's a zillion entrepreneurs, but there's not that many people in the DAC community, right? And it seems that if it's really highly targeted and like an exclusive somewhat club, like, you know, not trying to confuse with the whole world. And actually there's a lot of confusion. There's a lot of people who are more involved in like social media promotions, and it kind of gets confusing because they're not necessarily building but participating. So there's like a whole sub-segment of that where if they're in the directory, they're going to just be sending the message like, you know, I'm promoting this, I'm promoting that, and it's not going to be as targeted. So there might be case made for a small focus, or not small in number, but like limited to people working on things.
There is, there is this problem that I've heard a few times that we might be able to look at, as well as in the EOSIO communities. If people decide they want to build on it and use it as a smart contract platform, then they, like, who do they turn to? And I know with the EOS Foundation, there was some talk that was around this, like, oh yeah, we should be like, you know, the spokesman for EOS. I think they wanted mainnet for some reason. It wasn't just EOSIO, but specifically EOS, that was one of the concepts. And so having, you know, keeping that in mind, like, oh yeah, like if I'm, you know, even want to build on EOSIO, you could pull, you know, reputation from DACs and kind of use that as a, you know, so like, oh, like who's number one on EOS? We all know it's, you know, EOS Nation. So they might have some representatives at the top of the list, and through their permissions, they can update that location in the leaderboard, you know, and like, you know, people from KROWN and MetaDAC, like we would be, and Vigor as well, you know, we'd have permissions that allow representatives to update their you know, business card on that leaderboard or something like that. But I think that's been a major problem, is like, oh, if I'm building in this decentralized technology, who are the leaders and in what order, you know, can I approach them? Some of the leaders may not want to be contacted, but they can still have their, you know, their placeholder, or they can delegate their spot to refer someone. Anyway, yeah, that's my once again, another problem and solution.
Yeah, so I think it's really identifying and narrowing down the problem and specifying that, you know, Max mentioned something, maybe a different perspective of how to describe the problem, and then I know John was, you know, there was a kind of idea about maybe a different perspective of that, but you know, as long as we kind of maybe go back, maybe just the singular goal is to really define the problem and make sure that, you know, everyone's focused on that particular problem. And then the second step, the reason why I try to, and I do believe specific is good, Lisa. And I'm not, when I say entrepreneurs, I'm saying entrepreneurs in a DAC project, but you want to be able to just write a sentence saying, you know, Sally, who's an entrepreneur in a, you know, a project in healthcare, that's a DAC, is kind of looking for engineering expertise, like a sentence of like, okay, there's a problem, a specific use case, or like an example that we can refer to as an ideal example of someone using this product. And once we have that user in that problem statement, like narrow problem statement, then you can start looking at, you know, the expanding that out in a you know, user experience, customer design kind of idea. So that's kind of what I was trying. And, you know, everyone's kind of, there's different kind of related problems that it is very broad. So I do agree, you know, you could have multiple projects, that something that Max, you know, kind of explained. It's a slight variation of the same problem, but whatever it is, I mean, if we have a focus and make sure that whatever your idea, kind of originating idea is kind of can be at least described in a problem statement, that we could at least for, you know, that particular Lisa, since you kind of originated this project, that at least you could solve the specific problem that you're seeing, like from your standpoint, right?
I think I was going to say, I think I'm narrowing down what the problem is, and I think it's it's hard to determine who the value adders are versus the value extractors. Like when you go into like these Telegram groups, you just see a bunch of I mean, go into like the EOS drama channel and see like their interactions. That's a good example of what you know, there's a lot of value extraction and stuff going on there. But I think it's hard to determine who those real value adders are. And you know, with decentralized technology, you're like anyone at one point, anyone who talked about it, like, oh, you know what this technology is, like, you would be extremely valuable asset. But when it comes down to it, like, you want to see what the reputation is of these people. So I think the real problem is being for, you know, newcomers to identify who are the opinion leaders, who are the value adders within these disparate communities.
Yeah, I want to add from a developer perspective. A directory could be anything, could be a job listing, could be a people listing, could be a project listing. So from the point of view of a developer, is basically a public listing of items of data or metadata, as Max says. So if we go to that back, maybe Lisa can come and says, yeah, I need a directory of people, but I also want in the future use the same software, because we're talking about making a software, the same software cloning in the DAC to do a listing of projects, or to cloning to do a listing of to-dos or things to do, or listing jobs, positions, or listing, yeah, to do. I don't know, you saying jobs for the same thing, like task, a list of tasks to do, with even putting in the future, allowing the directory to become something that allow to have rewards or grow to something else later. But we can do something very simplify for a start and work for Lisa, then solve her problem, but also is very flexible to work as other thing.
Yes, thanks, Lucas. Yeah, and I agree with that. You know, a lot of the technology is flexible. From a product standpoint, you know, it's good to look at the first use case and then know that it can be expanded and to other use cases afterwards. But from a, you know, when you design the product, it is actually very good to focus on a specific use case first, but also know that it can expand to something much bigger. It's always good to know, especially technologically, that's a possibility. So I think, yeah, there's just a lot of related problems that I think I'm seeing here where, and so I think people who have each of those problems or are describing each of those problems, you know, it's almost like you don't need to solve all those specific problems. You know, it's really like you have to narrow down which exact problem, even though they're related, like that is specific to what you're thinking about, what audience you're thinking about. Focus on that. Know that you can solve a lot of related problems, but don't worry about that for now. Is kind of what I think a lot of this product thinking is, to just narrow it down. And I think, Lisa, you're already mentioning that you want to specify it, so which I agree with, that you know, by specifying it, like narrowing it down, focusing, that's kind of the key to that. And it also even comes to narrow down the focus of the problem itself. And maybe that's what everyone should really focus on with their own projects, to make sure they always go back to the problem, like go back to the problem no matter what. Am I solving this problem? They just go back to this core question, as you know, because everyone's going to go out and think and discuss a feature and all this, and then it could get it just starts getting more complicated, and there's all these things, and then you kind of forget what that problem was that you're trying to solve. So you know, as long as you define the problem like precisely and for the purpose, you know, I think you're gonna kind of come out with a product that's going to be more effective, and you know, where people are going to immediately gravitate towards it if they have the same same problem as you do. So so that's what I would say with everybody. Just like, you know, the first thing is just going to the problem. And Jeff, maybe since we got probably about 20 minutes, so Jeff, I think it's a good way to maybe introduce maybe your thoughts, because what we did yesterday with the Unconference is we looked at challenges in DACs in general. So we just discussed problems, and then kind of had came up with some ideas about how to solve that. But Jeff might, you know, he mentioned a term called problem or gap analysis, and I was curious about that. So maybe Jeff, you can discuss that, and then I think after that I think really just getting the problem and the audience, those two things by the end of 6. I think that's where we can leave everybody with. And the design kit is a tool and a website and a resource that you guys can browse around and look at to help you kind of however you see fit with a lot of these methods and exercises that's on the website. You can see what applies to you. But if we get that problem right, narrow down that problem, narrow down like the audience, you could kind of that will help shape the product eventually. So keep focusing on that one is, I think, the key to any successful product. So Jeff, what do you think? Because Jeff was going to talk, and I was going to give him a little bit of a time to discuss, maybe, I don't know, 5 minutes or 10 minutes. What do you guys think? Is that cool to maybe have him share his thoughts on problem and gap analysis is what I think Jeff's going to talk about. What do you guys think? Okay, cool. Thumbs up. So Jeff, and I think Jeff wrote something up to maybe also be to have a resource. And Jeff, are you there?
Yeah, I was working on several different things at the same time, because it seems like anyhow, in instructional design or instructional systems design, which can be related to developing training or educational resources or product development or promoting an idea, that's why I got into it, promote models in conservation, sustainable development, to make conservation pay, essentially. So I wasn't so focused on the training as just using the process to kind of carry out big mission projects, like with a non-governmental organization or like with a DAC, essentially. So the DAC is like the virtual model of everything I've ever wanted to do, to be able to pull together a team to do all this stuff that was almost impossible to cost hundreds of thousands of dollars for me to do. I could never do because I never had the sunk cost to do it. So I got into instructional design in a goal. My main goal was to, get involved in these big mission projects and related to conservation. And I just didn't really have a very organized process for doing it. Gap analysis, I don't want to distract from the agile culture of like the way software you guys develop and everything. And I was reading through how to, integrate gap analysis with agile development and with human-oriented design, like I think, and it's, they were kind of like, careful, you don't want, because their system works, so you don't really want to distract from it. But from when you got a mixed group of people like us, and it's kind of simple, because you're just basically looking at the gap between where you are and where you want to be. You say, okay, maybe it's a problem, or maybe you don't know how to do something, which could be considered a problem. Some people think they have a problem, they want to develop something to solve the problem, and it's just a projected problem, perceived problem. But gap analysis could be used for a big goal to carry out this mission, or it could be used to solve performance discrepancies in the workplace. It could be used to do broken down into job analysis and task analysis, and systems analysis. But it's basically the process for instructional design is just a design model based on open systems theory, and which kind of led me towards systems thinking. And so in simple terms, it's just basically the idea of bridging the gap between where you are and where you want to be. Setting a mission statement so let's to me, I relate everything together. So I'm just going to say straight out that a DAC is a non-governmental organization, essentially. It can be governmental as well, and it could be for-profit or non-profit, but it's like a, it's in that category, paradigm. And so it's a good example for looking at things in this way. But so we'd have a mission statement, and then you'd have some basic goals that something you're trying to achieve. In instructional design, we use the term criterion referenced objectives. And those might be, say, we're trying to achieve this with this much efficiency, and we want to have that. There's some parameters, some criteria attached to, aside from just say we want to do something, And so you can take a goal and break it down to objectives, and then through doing a needs assessment, you can establish criterion reference objectives. And they could be performance objectives, they could be related to the cognitive domain of teaching somebody something, or it could be related to changing someone's attitude, or you could be affecting the environment of the ecosystem, like what we're talking about doing, providing resources that could be used for the whole community, and so I think, structurally, I've been trying to figure out how to, when I was working as a consultant for Block 1 for a while, from like pre-launch to for about 6 months off and on, I was trying to figure out how to solve all the problems I saw popping up along the way for them wanting me to do some specific things. Having access to subject matter experts like Dan was kind of difficult. Maybe I had more access than I thought, but that was kind of a limitation, but I started looking at relating everything I'd learned from working in conservation, from working with a decentralized conservation area in Costa Rica, which Luke is probably familiar with. The Guanacaste Conservation Area was the model pilot project for the whole conservation system in Costa Rica, where they, things like mitigation banks and conservation easements and things like that we use in the United States for carbon credits and debt for nature swaps. All that stuff was pretty much developed, there and amongst the people 1997 era when from 1991 and 1997, when Costa Rica was coming up with unique paradigms in benefit sharing agreements. At the time, they called it bioprospecting. And that didn't go over so well because the equivalent between bioprospecting and biopiracy were so similar that, okay, some pharmaceutical company goes and talks bilaterally to a shaman in the Talamanca Preserve. He says, hey, we're going to build you a visitor center or give you a car, and you just give us the solution to this plant that cures cancer. And he's like, oh, sure, here you go. He gets a car, and they save $700 in research and development. The other model for that was this is benefit sharing agreements. And I think this totally relates to everything we're doing in DACs, because we have economies of value, we have focal value propositions. And so what I've been doing since then, they didn't seem that interested in it, but I've just carried on since it was my idea ahead of time and before, and I haven't really written the academic research papers for it, but what I've been trying to do is to integrate the ecosystem service model they use for conservation, sustainable development, and natural ecosystems, and amongst governmental organizations for evaluating intrinsic and utilitarian value towards the blockchain conservation, sustainable development of the blockchain space. So while the metrics of it have always been complicated for the natural environment, we could still, just like we use the term ecosystem, we could adopt more of the ecosystems language into this space and probably come up with better metrics for these pipelines of value, the focal value propositions when developing a DAC, for example, and how to share the resources that are generated through royalties and models in decentralization, like basically like the Guanacaste Conservation Area was the first endowed national park in the world. They basically, this guy, Daniel H. Jansen, took his Kyoto Prize and got a bunch of, other money from the Wedge Foundation and international stakeholders and created an endowment. And from the interest in that, they use it to manage the center headquarters in Guanacaste, close to Liberia. And that became their management budget to decentralize them from a government that changes powers every 2 years. Because when they change powers, you get reappropriation of their resources. And so they had, another term I use in context of all this is, because they had international user stakeholders, which we all are, right? We're working here decentralized, we may have stake, might have interest, we might be volunteers in passing, but all this terminology that I saw from looking at a model that was a pilot project for the conservation system for Costa Rica, which became a model for the world in many ways for ecosystem services, does apply to this blockchain space. And I think it may be part of the solution for figuring out how to share benefits amongst it, as far as tokenization, doing things with the intention of EOSIO, as far as giving back to our communities, and valuing that instead of just letting, watching these people come in and, and they're anonymous and suddenly they're in the top 10 and their friends all colluded and voted for them, that kind of thing, as far as like block producers and that such. So right now I just took a big round turn around, but so what I was thinking, as far as how to, when you're doing problem analysis with planning these projects, that like you were saying, just we can go off on all kind of tangents on services, but if it's not focused enough, there's going to be a lot of time wasted because we're not really achieving something that's contributing back to the economy, justifying what someone might use for an ROI, or a benefit, or what do you call it, equivalent of an ROI.
Hey, Jeff.
Cost benefits.
Yeah, really appreciate that. I think, I like the idea of the gap analysis is, do you have a resource I know that you wrote up so that we can kind of refer to, and I think, and then we could talk about like the other fascinating kind of aspects that you were also interested in. I think we might be able to end on some discussion on that. But so Jeff mentioned, gap analysis, where you want to be, and where are you right now, and so the problems in between that. But when we talk about problems, it's actually to take another perspective. We want to also look at the objectives and goals, right? And so that's where I was kind of starting with a problem, but then we also have to see, okay, what is this goal that we're trying to achieve? What's the vision? Where do we want to go? And so gap analysis, at least, they come from the standpoint, where do I want to be, right? So that's another first step, maybe, right? That, where do I want to be is like the very first step before you say maybe the problem that you're coming up against is not going to solve your your ultimate, or like if you really thought about what your goals are, maybe it's a different goal, right? So anyway, so that's the first step. Where do you want to be? And I think I like that perspective in gap analysis, and hopefully Jeff will provide us a resource. And it's it's a framework, and there's overlap. So there's going to be a problem there eventually when you identify where you want to be, and then you're going to kind of come across the same kind of issues.
To simplify it, I would say that gap analysis is part of the conducting a needs assessment, the analysis phase. And so you do your gap, basically that's kind of setting your mission and your major goals. And then as far as how you're going to get there, that's, you guys, the process you guys are using works really good. A needs assessment is just a simple way of answering it's like your first chapter in your master's project or something. Or your design proposal that's just saying the who, what, when, where, how, why, that kind of thing. And so talking about it and being able to plan stuff like this, I think is really good, because you can you focus more on the processes rather than one person taking a linear approach to saying I want to do this. Suddenly it's about how are we going to do it, and everybody goes through their process. So yeah, I think, you know, for one person proposing an idea, I think it's a good way to start, I guess, you know, with a problem statement, just like you're, you know, taking a scientific approach to solving a sociological problem or a business problem.
Okay. Yeah, no, thanks a lot, Jeff. And yeah, really appreciate kind of your insights. And we may be able to, you know, Max also mentioned like the, you know, this is incentives. I mean, there's a common theme there. It's has always been a big problem where we're trying to solve that. That's a big major problem of, you know, how to incentivize people and how to incentivize contribution and what's the model beyond that. That's a much larger problem. And I think that that's very also important to talk about before people embark on these startup projects, whether it's one person, two people, or three people. Like how do you kind of share the ownership of whatever project it is to people and incentivize people where interests are aligned. And so I think Max mentioned that before we got into this last session here. So I think eventually we should discuss that, and we can eventually. I don't know if we may not have time, but so at least for now, I think at least at the very least, you know, the problem, having a specific statement about your audience can help. The objectives, as Jeff said, like do a kind of a gap analysis, and this issue, just stick with a problem in an audience, specific audience, and then a gap analysis. Use those two frameworks to identify like what you're trying to solve for, and I think that's a good start. So just keep like almost focusing that I think is a good approach. And then that website I kind of refer to, there's a lot of methods and tools you can use it as a resource to help your project as you develop the ideas and then go to the prototype stage, and then wireframes if it's a software project, right? Wireframes and the front end kind of to see what the user interaction is like, and then implement the kind of the project, develop it out with, develop it out, especially if you have kind of the talent to do that. So, so we're coming up on 6 o'clock. I don't know if people have questions or anything like that. At least it was an introduction to maybe some of the critical areas I think that people often come up with any projects. So I think it was a great kind of, to at least, explore that a little bit here. Anybody, anyone want to kind of comment or anything like I think this is a good kind of at least stopping point officially for this. Again, we have the resources. Jeff, if you could kind of provide the gap analysis, like any resources you would kind of recommend to us. The design kit and everything that I talked about is in that website that I sent out. But I always say, problem and audience, just can keep focusing on a specific that part of it, and then you'll be fine. Always go back to it. But other than that, we'll open up for questions. I know Max, you wanted to talk about like the tokenomics. I think it's such an important thing. We can maybe discuss that, but I'm gonna just, since we said 6 o'clock, I just kind of want to.
Yeah, I just want to add, just so we keep momentum on the DAC directory. I made a Telegram group.
Okay.
So yeah, it's and I just posted it in the Meta DAC channel, so you can add it, and I'll forward it to the DACathon group as well. But yeah, it's so powerful. We had some great insights and discovering what the problems and solutions are. Definitely want to keep that momentum up, because I think there's something valuable there for our community and all the others as well.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, I'll be joining that. And yeah, any other questions? Like, we kind of went a little bit quickly, so just any questions, and near the end here. And then, it's officially, officially we're at 6. So
I was thinking, as far as the DAC directory thing and the Lisa was mentioning, the example of a potential a user that might need something, but that it seems like DACs, there's a committee you know, you got your founders, and then there's committees that are kind of steering group for the DACs, and there's different kind of groups that decide certain kind of things. Is that you know, board of directors in the corporate world and government tend to, you know, float from organization to organization. So you might be part of multiple groups, you know, in those resources. So if there was something more DAC centric to, you know, the type of people that the resources, people that you might want to have on your board, that, you know, that kind of system could be, you know, done at a small scale, I guess, just focusing on the people that are involved in EOSIO. So.
Yeah, I think organizationally, it's almost like, you know, early founders, like when you do a startup, you have a board of directors, and typically they're the larger investors or shareholders. So having a model where you set up DACs with this as a, you know, a custodian group or board member group, it's equivalent, I think, concepts. And so, you know, Max, Lisa, Dwayne and I are part of this, and others, a few others are also part of the MetaDAC board. We call it custodians. And so I think that concept, even for any of these hackathon projects or startups, you know, it's good to have, you know, either the founders, but it doesn't even have to be the founders. It's almost like you could have, you know, a separate group that are custodians. And in the traditional world, like it's usually the bigger investors are the board, and the like a founder, like one founder is on the board, and you maybe have 3 board members. And so there is a separation sometimes with the executors and more of the passive investors or board members that are, and they don't even have to be investors either. Sometimes there's outside external board member that participate, that consult and advise. So something like that, yeah, I think that structure can make sense for projects. You know, oftentimes when you start a project, it's like one person and maybe or 2 or 3 people, and there's maybe not even a board, right, in the crypto world. So
yeah, but I always believe that sounds so political. It's so the governance and who make the rules. That's always my talk on the custodians.
Yeah, that is, you know, there is a lot of power and influence over that, and so I think there is a lot of maybe sometimes in these communities more of a sometimes a stigma behind having a small group of people that, you know, have power. Like so I agree. There you know, there is a little bit of you know, perception issues sometimes, but also real issues if it becomes you know, mismanaged. So yeah.
I love the idea of the directory. I see myself using it because the path that I choose then is being a smart contract developer. It means that if I want to get more jobs, let's say that way, I have to search for the people that require a smart contract developer, and maybe they don't know how to market their requirement. So I really see the directory working for me directly and working for others.
Yeah, and I was going to follow up after John's comment about the you know, maybe the idea this is a job board, but I think maybe another perspective to have is that you're at least listing your experience and skills in such a way that could be more about, like what I think Philip said, it's a decentralized LinkedIn where, you know, it's not, you know, it's a perspective, but, you know, you're also as a user who wants to be on the director, just kind of displaying yourself out there. So and people maybe more appropriate because there's other resources, maybe GitHub and whatnot, that people kind of display their experience and skills on that. But LinkedIn, like, it might be a better example. Like, everyone in any profession to have essentially a resume on your a directory to put your resume there, or just your experience, your projects, like interest skills, special skills, whatever it is. That's very useful and valuable. So I think you get even a lot of desire for not on only one side where it's like, okay, I'm looking for expertise, but it's on the flip side. It's like, oh, I want to also share my expertise as well. So there's I think that perspective, So, but I know as John, as a developer, it's like, you guys are always the the most sought after, as Lisa mentioned in a lot of these projects. So, so I kind of understand your perspective too. Like there's probably for at least developers, there's maybe a kind of a better kind of I guess process for them since you're in such high demand. So anyways.
Yes and no, because I am junior basically for this thing and this path that I want. So nobody is giving me an option to do it. I have to learn by myself, and I need to create my own resume about this. I need to create a smart contract and do something for the people to say, oh yeah, this guy knows. So it's still hard.
Okay,
so from that point of view.
Yeah,
getting the internship kind of model.
Yeah. Okay. So Lucas, yeah. So there is probably a lot of maybe like in your situation that it makes sense, and there might be a lot in your situation. So, and that's a good thing too, So yeah. So anyways, so we it's open discussion here. So any we can talk about the directory or
I just want to review what else that's going on. So we want to make sure we get all the tokens to all the participants by Monday. So I'm going to submit those tomorrow, and then the custodian should be able to vote on those. I think we need four of us to vote. So me, Lisa, June, and Dwayne should get those. And then so you'll have tokens sometime next week hopefully before voting. I'm sure we can vote before then. And then on Thursday the 10th, the submissions are due, and we'll have a form up on the website. We'll also post it as a pin message so you can submit them there. And then voting is going to be on Friday. So 1 p.m. on Friday we'll do the presentations, and either you can submit those, the presentation, or you can record yourself a video or present live, and have some discussions about that. And then voting will start after that. But feel free to contribute any community tokens in the meantime, and we'll accept those up until voting begins. So awesome, guys.
That's awesome. Thanks for doing that, Max, and let us know about the proposals, and we'll approve that. I was trying to get some Alien Worlds packs, but they got sold out. So I was like, oh man, it was the last tier, and I guess someone.
Oh, you can buy those on collectibles.io. Saeed made that site. You can buy them on the second market. So just go and search on there, and you can search for Alien Worlds packs. The land packs are really expensive. Those are very, very pricey. But the other ones you can get fairly inexpensive.
Yeah, I wanted to do a land pack because they were doing the sale, and I was like, okay, it was the last tier, like we were just about a couple hours ago, but so it was relatively, it got to a reasonable price at the last I guess the last bidding kind of time frame, and so it's okay. I mean, I'll see. I'll try to contribute some, maybe one alien land pack if I could get one, and we'll see. So
that'd be awesome.
Yeah. So cool. So let me see, DAC Rectory. Okay, so people join the DAC Rectory Telegram, and
I want to say this is exactly like my experience my entire career. While everyone is talking about it, someone goes and does it. And I'm looking at the DAC Rectory and Telegram Max set up and going, well, that's it. You just look at the list of members and you see everyone, right? It's the essence of what we're talking about. So,
hey guys,
Do we just do the project? Is that?
So it's the Telegram group is the directory.
Like then there's the right. Like Lucas could say, you know, I want to work on a smart contract. Does anyone need help? Right? And I could be like, hey, do you need help with your journey map? Like whatever it is, and people would see it and be like, oh, people are offering to do stuff. Yeah, okay, I'll join.
So can we do something on Telegram where you can, like, you have a profile, right? But is there any way to, like, a bot where it's like you have a metadata where you have this, directory thing where, it lists stuff that you can input into your Telegram profile, an extension or something? Is there something like that maybe?
You can, but you could also post your LinkedIn, or you could post your DAC.
Yeah. Okay, LinkedIn. So we could do that. That's kind of a hack. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to address too real quick what John said about focusing on the DAC. There are some other sites, and there is public information about the DACs because they are publicly available, right? So we could grab those and pull those up and use that data of teams someday if we wanted, to use that to focus on a people directory that, is, like if we're involved in more than one DAC, it could roll that up. It could, the LinkedIn, the GitHub, all those things potentially, if that was a value. And I think it could be a value. The other thing that came up is the messaging to people. I think we could achieve that through NFTs potentially. And someone, if they're in the DAC directory, have an NFT and then make it simple, or at least tell people how to do it if they want to send a message to everyone with that NFT. Because that is, and that would be a nice way to say, here's all my DAC communication, here, and I can go look at it periodically and see what those things are, right? But like in the future, when we want to invite people to DACathon, who are we going to invite, right? Because it's quite laborious to identify the list now. But anyway, for the time being, you can see who you've mentioned. There you go. Perfect. Look in the chat. There they all are.
Yeah, we have like a directory on DAClify.com/browse.
Yeah.
All you got to do, if you click the little info box at the top right of the doc box, and it gives you like a summary. But I think you could take that idea and expand it and make it more detailed and things like that.
Okay, cool.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, I'm just looking at it too. That's awesome.
I love how we're already elbow deep in the thing. You're so right that as people are thinking about it, someone else is already doing it. It's just the way things go, right? And I've been racking my brain the whole time thinking about the problem that we answer, rather than trying to obviously do the push model of have an answer looking for a problem. We're starting with the problem and we're building something customized for that. One that came to mind, some language that came to mind for me was a KYC Oracle, like a third-party know your customer service provider. So if there's any company out there that needs a KYC process, that some of the proofs that we provide, some of the identity tools that we provide may not actually reveal the precise identity of a person. And some of the language that came to mind is that this could be a qualitative proof of personhood rather than just a quantitative. We build up a qualitative dimension to it, so it can serve more purposes than KYC. But I think that is one that has a pretty defined market. And I was thinking of the phone book and thinking of crypto. It's like what we have here is a cryptographic proof backing up another, that the proof of personhood concept that we had talked about yesterday, I think it was, and like the driver's license, the thing that reveals your home address. Why do we need to show that to the counter clerk to buy a pack of cigarettes or something? or a lottery ticket or a pack of beer. It's like there's got to be a better identity tool that can be used. So that's a pretty defined market as well, just with a qualitative dimension that does not over reveal sensitive information unnecessarily.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that, that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a killer idea for a DAC, but also throughout that you can do different engagement models and all sorts of things to incentivize participants.
Yeah, I really feel like that proof of personhood tool is nowhere near the end of its runway for use case exploration. It's barely got a toe in the pond as far as I can see. And frankly, I've been frustrated with how slow that part has been going. And I think that, can we call it a DAO rectory? Or which sounds worst? DAC rectory? Sorry, just floating an idea. DAC rectory.
The reason we can is because we're meta DAC, and it's the DAC rectory of, it's like if you had the university's membership directory. So it would be, I mean, you can call it whatever you want, but that's why it's proposed that way anyway.
I'm easy going on that kind of point, but I've been frustrated with how slow that part's been going with proof of personhood, and I think that the network effect for proof of personhood tool it's everything. Some of you are probably familiar with the story of passports not always being private sector or public sector, that originally identity proofs were provided peer-to-peer in commercial markets.
I haven't heard of that, no.
It's true.
Wow.
It's true. There was a Dutch company. That was the original provider of passports for Europe.
Oh, wow.
Because it's a cool story. Hopefully you'll look into it. I'll try not to butcher it with my short version, but basically countries in Europe at that time didn't trust each other, so they wouldn't trust a passport issued by one kingdom or another. So it was like a merchant trail, market-based solution to prove your true identity.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's cool. That's fascinating. We should go back to that. And did they call it passports the same way? The terminology was their name?
No, it was a different language.
Okay, different language. Okay. So, all right. Yeah, that's great to hear too. I mean, I think if we go back to that model and the peer-to-peer model, like really now we have control of our own money with cryptocurrencies, and same thing, you control your identity, that's going to be powerful to give people kind of freedom and choice, I think, when they travel. So,
well, I feel like that's, and if anyone's really supportive of voice, I'm sorry for our audience on YouTube and posterity and otherwise, that one of the criticisms I would make of voice is they didn't leverage their proof of personhood enough through network effect, that they entered the market too slowly. I myself in Canada felt very frustrated with how long the lag was, that by the time the invitation came around, I didn't care anymore. Sorry. And I'll get on voice and I'll try it out for real. I'm curious, but I always felt like the strongest aspect of voice was proof of personhood.
And they were supposed to come up with a unique solution to this that was decentralized, but I think at least their initial launch was all kind of based on government ID, right? So I think that caused some hesitation for a lot of people.
Well, sure it does, and that's also kind of like the criticism that gets made of Tether from time to time, that if all you do is use crypto to move dollars, then what's the point? Have you forgotten the point? Like,
I think I never use a KYC. I only use trade markets that don't know us for that. First, living in our country, where the times that I send my identification to online system, they always reject me. So it's worthless.
Yeah, that's interesting. I wonder what percentage of people are like in different countries, like that's how big a deal that is to do it at least with proof of personhood, or like without KYC, or some systems that don't require kind of official IDs, so.
Well, hold the exchange that I use don't require it, but the ones that are requiring, they're nobody using here. Nobody use any of them. Nobody use Coinbase. Nobody use whatever maybe you use there.
Gotcha. What's the most popular exchange there? Just real quick, I'm just kind of curious.
Around here, Binance and Lifecoins.
And what is it?
Lifecoin.
Life coins. Okay, I've never heard of that.
It's very shady, but they don't require KFC.
There's a correlation there sometimes, though, right? It's like a lot of the non-KYC can be shady.
Yeah. I only keep there like less of $100 for day-to-day trading.
Gotcha.
Is that only out of Brazil, or is there like regional hubs for it? Or
sorry,
is Livecoins out of Brazil only, or is there other like logins or?
It's in every language. It's in English. I'm going to jump the link here. I've been using Lifecoin for the last 2 years, and I have Binance. I used another one that was closed. That was my preferred before. I don't remember, but they closed like 2 years ago. That was my first one. Actually, the first one that I logged in was MT Cox from Japan, but before I was going to start to send money to them, and they get hacked. So I get lucky.
Yeah, that was early on. That was 2013, 2014. That's early. So.
I've done some KYC before, but I regretted it. It was like, and just in the sense that I regretted it after realizing that I didn't absolutely have to. And it's like, why? I'm actually kind of comfortable with the risk, and it is what it is, right? You can't take it back. But that's the thing about it, is that when you submit the government issued ID in the ways that are required in a lot of cases for KYC, then you have to trust that new custodian of that data, that they're not going to have a breach somewhere in the future where someone unintended by you will now be in possession of that information. Most of it is like, we've been through so many major data breaches in North America that, cumulatively speaking, we're all open season. Like, let's be serious here, right?
Yeah, from a security point of view, I'm not 100% concerned, but I just will think that somebody with my information can get the passport. I hope not so too racist, but usually you can think about Chinese people come to here to get passports to get into America. That's what happened. Or African people come to here to go to America. That's a thing that happened. So you just think this is a mafia. That's the right word. It's a mafia that steal passports and change logos and change names and change pictures to resell it in this underground or dark market. So that's a thing that happened.
Well, yeah, I'm sure it comes as no surprise. And here's the thing about it, is that a passport is like money. you want it to be as difficult to counterfeit as possible. So the passports that are issued, or the driver's licenses that are issued, or personal ID that gets given, if the idea is to make it impossible to counterfeit or alter or recreate or whatever that identity tool, then it's not doing its job. It's not performing in the way it's expected to. And you know, for all the kerfuffle about immigration in America, the one thing they haven't seemed to figure out is how to provide an identity tool that works. Look at how much stink there was about people who couldn't figure out whether they have the right to vote or not. Like proving you are who you say you are when you go a place. It's like, first of all, shame on everyone who pretends like that's a difficult thing to do. If the US government was looking for you, they'd probably confirm your identity for you, like without a lot of fuss or anything. and it's like people got to wait 8 hours and then jump through a million hoops to prove that they are who they say they are, because everyone knows that their documents can be forged, right? People are forging documents. And then here we are sitting on forms of technology that are impossible, technologically impossible to counterfeit. And, you know, so sorry for venting a little frustration. Sorry for elevating my tone, because it's a topic that I'm frustrated with the pace of. And I see a lot of suffering in between. People are really suffering in all this uncertainty of data leaks, and our privacy is shit. And like, even the best tools we have to serve as proof, it's like none of that is good enough. It's got flaws. And if the DAC directory turns into something like a phone book, that turns into something like a proof of personhood that actually has a qualitative dimension and is sensible around exactly what gets revealed about a person, then and you know, providing optionality that goes all the way to anonymity or pseudonymity, right? Like you can have a proof of personhood that only reveals that you're not a robot. That's not bad either, to have that. Or it could be something that is qualifier to say this person is a graduate of this course, or has successfully completed orientation for this program or something. Then we're building out qualitative sides all into the directory. So it's much better than any phone book ever was. And we're doing that in a way that doesn't have gatekeeper power all over it, the way universities do and stuff. You know, like people can prove competencies, specific competencies, without needing to go through so many gatekeepers, in my opinion, or to be recognized. Like I have a frustrating story about transferring universities. And I had completed coursework at a university, and I was exploring what the options were. And I wanted to go to a new one for a second there. And but the reason I didn't is because they wouldn't recognize the coursework I'd already completed. I had to start from scratch. It's like, that's not worth it. And that's just gatekeeper power. Like they wouldn't even let me challenge their exams. I think there's lots of a big juicy margin to compete there with all those flaws, like in the competitive landscape. And even though a lot of other projects like Everpedia has taken a few steps to go in this direction, and we had seen that other list posted in the chat earlier about people who have been list curators. And the people are making white lists, and there are KYC white lists already. And we've already got source material to build a list too. The question becomes, why is our list relevant? or why is our list in some way preferable? And at this point, I'm rambling, so I'm going to pass the torch to anyone who wants to take it.
Thanks, Jason. Hey, real quick on the proof of personhood and the technology, because blockchains are open, like what technologies have you been following that allow kind of, I guess, selected information to be shared rather than kind of, just it being fully public? Like yeah, because I think you need a level like a privacy technology to enable that aspect, right? Is that correct?
University membership series.
Well, that's true, and that's the sticky wicket. Jeff wrote in the comments medical records, right? And we remember from the ICO craze how many ICO crazies use that bit of bait. We're going to put medical records on the blockchain and stuff, right? And people explored a lot of those angles and found out that sensitive information can't be published directly. All we do is key pair proof. So I would say it's one NFT at a time, and each NFT, well, I'm misspeaking by calling it an NFT a key pair, but that the NFT would serve as a proof of something or as an access point to something. That NFT possession of it can be the password, essentially.
Yeah, it's a proposal in United Nations. All these things that we're doing, they're having real impact on people, hold the technology. I'm going to give you a little example. They're testing AIs to be a judge in courtrooms in United States. And usually a black person will get a more fair trial with an AI than with a real judge. So that kind of things is what you come and says, yeah, the software or the tools that are in place could be more fair for the people because you understand the rules. You have or black or white, you have a path that you can follow, but also some people could take advantage of that. So that's a point that I always try to come aboard, when somebody can take advantage of the system. And for the proof of existence, United Nations is trying to do blockchain to create like a passport for immigrants, but this special kind of immigrants, refugees. Is that the right word? Refugees?
Yeah, refugees.
Refugees, thank you. Yeah, for the refugees. And what they're trying to do is to create a blockchain and create this person in the blockchain, give them a passport, using using an AI that scan the facial. It makes a facial recognition of the person. So that's very interesting what they're doing there.
Yeah, interesting is right, huh? Like who doesn't love facial recognition technologies? That's spooky. That's as spooky as the social credit score, isn't it? Like, and they're kind of like two fingers of the same fist in a way.
See, Philip. Philip has to take off. It's 3:30 a.m. over there, so that's yeah. He's probably I don't know where that is. That's probably on at least Europe somewhere.
It seemed like we were shedding numbers for a second.
Yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, that's a way to do it. If it's another solution, well, we can, as a group, even come and says, hey, we believe that this is a better solution for United Nations to tackle this issue than they want to solve. But right now, their more easy solution was AI or using cameras to do the recognition, because if you put fingerprint readers, you have an overhead cost there, then you have to chip fingerprint readers everywhere, and plus fingerprint usually have algorithms that are patent. How it is, you have to pay a license, so it have a higher cost at the end of the day.
So that makes sense. I mean, it's an expensive way to go about it, and this is a can of worms kind of topic. so I apologize for that. It seems like we are shedding some members, and I'm happy to stay on late. Like I'll stay on and finish this conversation for as long as anyone else wants to entertain it. But I want to go back to June real quick here. Hey, are we on track or not?
No, the official event is pretty much over. I think we're still live streaming. We don't have to be, Max, I guess, but I mean, we can. It's also okay, but you know,
Yeah, we
but
could stop the live stream. Yeah, we could stop that recording in the live stream.
Well, yeah, it's like the official kind of event is kind of this is after hours. So yeah, for anybody who's free to kind of stay or who's available, I think that's cool. So yeah, feel free, Jason, and I would probably have maybe another 10-15 minutes here myself. So, but yeah, don't worry, this is kind of an open discussion. So